ngā mihi ki te whare. Tuatahi ake, hei timatatanga mā tātou I te neo ngā rangi. Tikana kia tuku ngā whakamoimiti, ngā whakawhetai ki tātou ni te rangi, ka tau ngā tau whirotanga te wāhingaro, ki rungi ia tātou te roa ngā ki o tātou nā hui. Reire I runga e rao ngā whakaaro, kia inoi tātou. Pai maurire. Tō taka ngā whakaoranga māramatanga e tātua ki tau mātau ki ngi te kā. Hui ariki me ngā tinane mā wiwi te ana. Tai noa kia mātau katoa I te rānei a. Nā te kororia. Nā te kororia. Nā te kororia. Pai mārire, tūturo whiti whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, tāi ki e. Tūana au I te tautara whakaniko-niko o taupiri. Taupiri te tihihiko ngā uira. Taupiri te takotoranga o ngā pūrenga o kutūpuna. Taupiri te rua kōiwi a ngā rārangi ariki. Taupiri waikaranga tāriro waitohu. Tongariro nāna te toka I patu te papunga mai o te awa koiora. He wai mā whera, he wai mā puna, he wai kato I te puku o te ika māwi tiki ātaranga. Waikato harapau namu, Waikato tani whara. Puta aku karu, ki rangiriri te tia tuaku wai ki ngā mai ora te pāpakanga mō te kingitanga e. Hakurira aku taringa ki ngā reo e pāro ana mai, ia mokau ki runga, tāmaki ki raro mga toatoa ki wainganui. Pare Waikato, pare haura ki te kaukaro a pāta tere ki te nehenui. Kei oku iti, kei oku rahi nau mai, haere mai ki tēnei o ngā whare. Ka tuia, te rangi e tui honei, ka tuia ki te papa e takotone. Ka tuia te papa e takotone ki te rangi e tui honei. Ka tuia ki te pau I titi ai te whenua ki pūkawa. Ko ngā iwi o te motu, ki tō tātou kiingi tūheitia pōta tau te whero te tuawhiti. Mōna e noho nei te ahurewa tapu I whakarere ahio, ai tōna whae ai ngōna tūpuna, mōna e pīkau nei ngā mahitoi mahongai tātou tewi o Aotearo. Pai mārire ki aia, pai mārire ki te whare kāhui ariki whānui tōna. Kei o tātou mate, kei wainganui I a tātou, rātau e takahi nei te arakuiti kia hine nui te pō. Rātau e piki ake nei te ake piki ai a tāwhaki ki te pūtahi nui o rehua. E ko tahi atu rā ki te kāhui o matariki, oki atu ai whetūrangiti ai. Haere koutou, haere koutou, haere koutou. Me te mohia no hoki koe ko te tehi o ngā rangatira, ko te tehi o ngā pau kōrero, ko te tahi o tātou rangatira e takoto tiraha mai nā ki runga I tō tātou marae o tūranga wāwai I te neiwa. A koia ko te pāpā, a sani, he rangi e takoto mai rā I te neiwa. No reire aroha atu ana ki o tātou nā whānau, ko mau nei, I te ringa kahawa I tua, ki roto I a tūranga wāwai I te neiwa e te matua takoto mai rā. A o tira, a tātou mate, a puta noa I te whare, ko kawea mai e koutou I te neo ngā rā, kia tangi hia, kia poroporo aki tia ngā tahitia I roto I tō tātou nā whare, haere koutou. Ana ka hoki mai ngā mihi ka tātou te hunga ora. Ko tai mai nei, ko whakarauika mai nei, ai tēnei rangi, ki te kōrero tahi ai, ki te wānanga tahi ai, ki te hui tahi ai. Ai ngā huatanga e pā mai nei, kia tātou awa, kia tātou puna, kia tātou roto, kia tātou moana. Ko pāngi ai te kino I roto I ngā tau, ko mahu akeni. Ana me te whakaaro nui me pewhiara, e whai anei, ai te tehi huarahi ki te whakaora anō ai, ai nei wai, ka hoki anō ai, ki tōna tāhua, ai te wā I o tātou tūpuna. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou e te whare. You know, when I think about the Waikato awa, I can't help but think about its beginning and the history and the stories that were passed on to us. You know, for us at Kura, we were told that Taupiri was the sister of Tongariro Maunga. And the story of Taupiri and Tongariro and her husband, who we say is Pirongia, and her children, the Hakirimata, is a story of love. It's a story of betrayal, and it's a story of healing, much like the coalition government, I'm sure. Whoever is the villain in that story, I don't know yet. We'll see. Winston's got his hand up to be that man at the moment. David's doing a good job as well. But we're here right now to show the world what a treaty-centric model looks like. Where all iwi come together, where all walks of life come together, where all nationalities come together with one goal in mind. And that is the restoration and well-being and health of our waterways. Kuia ko te awa, kua hau, kua au ko te awa. We are the water and the water is us. And that's why we are here today. Hewa e no ra, kuia aku mihi hei tūwhera ake i tō tātou whare. Ka tukuna te rākau i ai nei, ki te te hua koutou, ki te whakauki kōrero mai, ki a tātou. Hoi anō, tēnā koutou, kia ora, tātou katoa.
Kāti tui a te rangi e tūake nei tui a te papa e takuta. Tui a ki a rātou ko e atu i te pōhiruri, te pōtangotango, te pōioti atu. E kuri i tangi hia he mamai aroha tonu atu ki a rātou. Au e tonu atu taukiri e te mamai o te ngākau, haere koutou ngā mate. A tau nei hoki te whakaaro hei tautoko atu i ngā mihi, kua mihi a e te rangatira nei rā te mihi e Waikato, karangatunu mai rā kia kātou. Waikato aua, karangatunu mai rā kia tātou, ngā pau tonu nei, i a whiai i te awa o Waikato, e a koutou rā te au. Tēnei tonu mātou katoani, tēnei hoki te aroha o Pirongia Maunga te a koutou. Tai no hoki nei rā te aroha kei taupiri kei te awa o Waikato. Mai puriki marae ko Ngāti Mani Poto e tū mai nei hei mihi kauake, hei mihi kauake. Tai noa nei ngā mihi atu ki a koutou katoa, e hara mai rā, hei tautoko o ngā mahi o te rā nei o te kaupapa, i rongi a tātou katoa, kia kaha tonu tātou. E hara he kumero te kōrero, engari tautoko tunu ai ngā mihi ki tō tātou ki ingi tu hei tia pō te tau te wherowhero, te tuawhitu. Nāna tunu te kāwhiari ki te mana. O te awa, te mana hoki, o te rohe, te mana hoki o tātou ai iwi Māori. O reira, pai marire ki arata. Tai no hoki nei rā, te mihi tonu atu ki a koutou. Hara te kumero te kōrero, ko te mea nui ka whakahoki atu mana atu ki a koutou e Waikato. Nei rā te mihi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Oh,
Reira koutou, tā piti hono tātou hono rātou tō ngā mate kia rātou koe atu. Haere, haere, hai atu rā. Tā piti hono tātou hono, nei rā hoki te ao o Waipa. E mihi atu te ao koutou o kutuakana o Waikato. E re kauana tunu ngā wei hoi ora mō tātou katoa. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Ka pai. All right, now, I'm not too sure if everybody knows everybody that's sitting right next to them, so I just want you to turn to your left and say, kia ora e hoa.
I'm Shannon.
The other left, the other left. Now, just as some of the other fun, I want you to turn to your right now and go, Chimakazi. Chimakas. That's how we do it back at Ngāhui Pōkeka. Doesn't matter if you're actually blood related or not. We all cousins, especially if you got a lot of money. We love you if you got a lot of money. Chimakas got a tūtala. No. You know, our first speaker, somebody I grew up with, Ngāhui Pōkeka, and one of the best pastimes when I was growing up was jumping off the train bridge, which wasn't allowed actually, but jumping off the train bridge, enjoying our Waikato awa. And just so you know, especially with the brothers in here, we're the best bombers in the whole of the country. Bring it on if you want some competition. All right. And yeah, they're manus, mangeres, gorillas, staples, we got it all fun. We got it all. We know how to do it back home in Rāhui Pōkeka. Those were one of the best times growing up, especially during the summer months, going out there and having a swim. And I'm saddened, actually, that my tamariki don't get to enjoy that while they're growing up. It's very rare that you see our tamariki in the river these days, and we're probably the last generation to really, really enjoy that. Although they're out in the awa doing wakaama and whatnot, in terms of swimming and bombing off the spots down at Rāhui Pōkeka, that's pretty much null and void these days. So your mahi is important to make sure that the next generation coming through will be able to enjoy that. So once again, I'd like to thank you for all the hard work you're doing to restore, for the restorative stuff for our awa. So our first speaker, I te rangi ne. Ka kore e tōro i hanga kōrero ne. We've got a long day ahead of us, so we want to get our first speaker up and ready to go. All right, our next speaker is from Rāhui Pōkeka, as I said, and grew up at Waihipa with the impacts of the Huntly Power Project and coal mining on local communities. She collected oral histories from Kaumātua and supported the establishment of the tribal Tira Hoi to return this history to descendants of the river. Tipa has held a wide range of governance roles, including iwi and local government positions. She is the co-chair, iwi appointee of the Waikato River Authority and co-chair of Te Aka Whaiora, the Māori Health Authority, which I'm hoping will get re-established again sometime in the future. Hewe, nau mai, ki te papa, e te mārei kura, e te tuahine, Tipa Mahuta. O mai te pakipaki.
Tukuna mai he waiora. Waikato tani whārau he piko he tani wha. That was for me more than, eh? So I remember what I'm doing today. Nau mai, whakatau mai, tēnā tātai, tēnei te tāpiri atu aku kōrero ki ngā aumihi kia koutou kia toi mai te rangi nei. Nau mai, whakatau mai kia tātai, ki tō tātou awa, ki tō tātou whare, nau mai, whakatau mai. He anō, ngā kupu māku. Tuatahi, e mihi ana kia koutou i tai wawe mai, i tai tata mai, ki tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Kua tai ki raro i ngā manaakitanga o Waikato, tēnā hoki koutou, e te iwi kua manaakihi a tēnei o ngā kaupapa. Ki a koe tūheitia, kua tai mai ngā pikunga awa, no whē atu, kia tai mai ki tō awa o Waikato, no reira, kia tau marire ai te aroha kiringa i tō iwi te rangi nei. I'd just like to again add my welcome to those that have been speaking today. I see many of our friends of the river, but most of all I see the whakapapa of my river, ko tai mai te rangi nei, no reira. Kei tēnā o tā koutou, nau mai ki tō awa. We've got a lot to get through, so I'm not going to take too long, and I'm going to assume a whole lot here. But if at any point in the hui you would like to dive into the history or any other of the aspects that I'm going to touch on this morning, my team is here and we're here with you. But briefly, and he's not going to like that I want to do this, but just so we don't sit through the whole hui and you're wondering who's there, I'd like to introduce my co-chair of the River Authority, Stu, Nebo. Too mai, you're too little to sit there like that. So again, if you can't find me, ask Stu. Ka pai? Tēnā koutou. Thank you. But really, it's been a long time since we've been able to sit together. So today is, really exciting for all of us, and we thank the university and all our other friends that have come today. Just want to touch briefly. You've seen the logo, so if you have a look at it, it brings together, I guess, what we're trying to bring together today to make more normal. Is that there is knowledge. There's the mātauranga that always lived here, and there's the science that has been brought here. Today is the coming together of the best parts of those so that our river, and I say our river, can be the beneficiary of that. So that we are the kaitiaki of the future that the old people aspired to. So that just to help you come into that theme, most of you are part of creating that theme, wherever you're from. I can see the kanohi here, and I'm a little bit awestruck actually. Ko ai au te tuatu ki mui a koutou. But my job really is to put the place of the authority, how we got here, what we see our ongoing role is, and what's important to us going forward. So covering those themes, I guess, helps frame the hui, but then you know where it's all going to go to too. It's no use having beautiful kōrero for 2 days and go, well, hea ha te hua o tērā. Who's going to do something with that? Well, we're going to do something with that. Okay, so that's our commitment to you. It's a koha system, what you put in, we're going to add to, and hopefully every river in this beautiful nation of ours will benefit. It's not for Waikato only that we do these things. For those of you that don't know, the work of my olds in the early days was going to all the other rivers. They went in support of Mohaka. You named the awa, Wanganui. They went in support because whoever did this work would lead for all of us. So to those of you who kawe that in your rohe, we thank you. We thank you for continuing the work, and we thank you for all the mātauranga that you are bringing back to our awa as well. So nei anō te mihi kia koutou. So I just want to go forward into how did I get here? It's been... everyone goes, well, what's your link to the river? And really, I'm just a memory keeper. It was my privilege to walk alongside our old people, hear them talk about those aspects of our river kōrero that weren't shared widely. Only in our kōrero. Only when you went to go and, only when you went to go and make tuna did all that knowledge come forward. Only when you went to go and tohi the kids did all that information come forward. Only when we went to go and visit and bless the sites did we know that we used to hahunga to pāpaku in those sites. So, if anything, it's been a privilege to gather that kōrero and then try and make sure that it went somewhere back to its kaitiaki. So that's been my role. So today it's just an extension of that. I have the unique privilege of co-chairing the River Authority with Stu. And again, to tuia ngā kōrero mō ngā awa katoa, hei paenga mō ngā kaitiaki mo te awa hoki. So we know, without speaking into why that kōrero has been disconnected, and this hui, like many other, is a part of reconnecting all of that kōrero. So part of that too is bringing you some of that history. Kia ora ti. We just... Oh, too flash for me. I could have wrecked that.
There's an IT guy here.
I'm absolutely confident that through the River Authority we have at last a cohesive plan that connects all of the stakeholders together where at the core of the blueprint is how do we protect the health and well-being and improve the health and well-being of the river for everyone. When we embarked on a set of negotiations with the Crown, we believed that it was our time to contribute back to ensure that the river was protected.
The role of the authority is to ensure the local government organisations follow a vision and strategy set by the River Authority for what people want to see on the Waikato River. Water is absolutely essential to the wider region. Obviously there are trade-offs that are going to have to be made along the way. You can't continue to intensify the land use as we have in the past.
Our elders taught us that it was our river of life, our spiritual refuge. It was our healing water. We are the river and the river is us. We are inextricably bound with the river.
Ko tahi te kōrero, kia tātou. Mena e whai niho ana tātou I roto I te ture, ki te teki tō tātou tupuna. Koe rā no te kōrero, te pātai roto I a tātou. Tā māua I ki atu kia koutou, ai.
All we want to do is for everyone to pull their hand out and clean up our river.
In the particular case of the river settlement, it moved well beyond, and was really going to have to move well beyond the sort of classic framework of treaty settlements.
So our river settlement was quite unique in that sense, so we didn't touch ownership because we always had different views around that, and we've always said we don't need a piece of paper to tell us we own our.
Given the uniqueness of the settlement instruments that were created, you know, a new statutory body that is a body corporate, such as the Waikato River Authority, is quite new. It hasn't been repeated, and there is quite a lot of attention on the success or otherwise of the River Authority.
Well, I'd really encourage you to reach out to the authority. If you've got an idea for a project that you're passionate about to restore the awa, we would love to sit down and hear all about it.
So that breaks it down into a nutshell. You got all of that? Lock it in. You'll be tested before the end of the hui, no. So, and again, so bring that forward. So I think 13 years now of history the River Authority has. So we need less to tell you about who we are and be more about what we do. And that's the way forward for the River Authority. We have a role, a purpose and a function that we want to come out and create more opportunities, more ways of people talking and performing, again, their passion and as it leads them towards the river. So, sorry, just checking which one's on the screen. Ka pai. Kia ora hou mai. So again, I want to acknowledge the late, the former co-chairs, Tuku Morgan, who's still with us, and the late John Luxton, for their establishment of the authority, for establishing us again with partners at the time who again were sceptical about what could be achieved through a river authority. So we gained a lot in those early years of partnership work, of working with our communities, from the Dairy New Zealand's right through to our marae. And that was the work of the authority, I would say. In those years, we've developed expertise now in terms of the actual project management and bringing those projects forward, and supporting our community to become the best kaitiaki they can be in place. So in terms of the authority ourselves, some people are interested in this, But what is co-governance? I mean, a lot's been said about the idea, but not really the practice, if you know what I mean. So essentially, we're a nominated group of people in a room to make great decisions for the river. There's no mystery in it. Again, that's what the planet's going to take, a whole lot of sensible humans to look after themselves so they can look after the planet. So again, the logic isn't death-defying. How we hold ourselves to that purpose though in difficult times, and I'll give you an easy example, the Board of Inquiry for Auckland's need for water. Now, kare tātai te iwi kaipunu, we know many in Auckland are our people too, but where does that tension play out? And how does their responsibility play out? So those are the kind of tensions that our board is designed to look into and work with. We are all bound collectively by those decisions, and as much as possible we work through consensus. We're not always from the same point of view, because again, we're from different parts of the river. We have different matters that impact on us uniquely, and therefore our advocacy is, again, must be brought forward in different ways. For reasons not of our own, many of our special places to our mana whenua have been disconnected. They have been disconnected from. So teaching a co-governing partner who's always had connection, what that means to another generation of Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Mahuta. Yeah. When they can return to places that they had not previously enjoyed. But again, once that learning is done by the River Authority, we internalise and it becomes the way we do things. We also like hearing about the new opportunities for learning, not just from New Zealand, but from overseas. And recently we supported a member of our board to attend different forums so that they could bring that knowledge back. I don't have to tell you all about the clam, There's probably a clam expert in the room, or 10. Yes, but so again, that is the new ngangara that we are preparing to address. Again, our people want to discuss its kaitiaki potential though. What can it do before we, because that's what kaitiaki look at. What was it in the environment for anyway? What unique purpose does it bring? We know it's not native to New Zealand, but what did it serve in its ecosystem? Because tērā pia, he ara normal tērā. Again, we've had to, we work with councils in their jurisdictions as well to understand or help them broaden their understanding of what this kaitiakitanga could look like through their instruments. So we are constant submitters on a whole lot of matters, as well as no doubt we'll have a big suite of legislation, I'm guessing, that we will need to comment on in the foregoing months. So, what we look forward today though is the opportunity for you to discuss things, for you to bring your great ideas into the room, and for you to share with us so that we can grow the authority's ability to reach not only the Waikato River, but every river in this great nation. And we thank the university for that partnership, because we expect that whatever we share here in the Waikato can be shared wherever else it is necessary and possible. Koina tāku I te rangi nei. So, technical difficulties aside, and guess what? I didn't cause any of them. Not being a native I am, but I just want to complete my mihi and welcome te awa tupua into the room and all your water, that you break that down phrase through the Waikato. Also, koutou Ngāti Tu Wharetua, and all the water that flows from you through to us here in the Waikato. Koutou Ngāti Tahu, Ngāti Whawa, Ngā Kaitiaki, o Wera Takiwa, Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Maniapoto. Kainoa mai kia tātai, kia Waikato. Tēnā koutou. Mo tō koutou kaitiakitanga o ngā awawa, o ngā roto, kei roto i ngā koutou ake takiwa. It is our privilege to host today, and we hope in the next 2 days kia tupu ake tēnei puna mātauranga. Nō reira kia tōrei katoa, tēnā tātai. Kia ora. Kia ora.
Ngā mihi tipa. A couple of things I'll talk away from that. First up, technical glitches. Something happens in my whare. I've got 7 kids, so usually I just yell out to one of the tamariki, and because I've got 7 kids, I'm quite like my parents actually. I used to laugh at them, but now it's my turn. As they say, karma's so I end up yelling out every other name but the kid that I want. So Instead, I've given them numbers. I've been just yelling at number 5. Ka tere, come and fix the TV, please. The other thing I thought about with Tipa's kōrero, of course, is that absolutely right. This is not one of those hui with no dui. This is a hui where you're going to go away and do the mahi whānau. Also talking about some of our kaumātua and sitting with them and hearing their stories, and they always start with, boy, in my day, and it's like they went on this massive ass hike just to get the kuta. I would swim across the river, I'll climb that mountain up on that tree, I'll look over to that cloud over there, climb back down, jump in some cow tickle just to warm my feet up again, and then I'm off to kuta. Tell you, that's what they used to tell us. Looking back at, of course, some of the pictures in the video that was paid out, the 1995 settlement, an auspicious day for our iwi, the first, of course, settle, and then, of course, the Waikato River settlement as well. And that was very special for us down at Awi Pōkeka. It was the day that we were given waka taua for the iwi, and the hapu down at Awi Pōkeka finally got our own waka taua called Tātahi Ora. And when we went to go and launch that waka, all the other waka were standing there. And, they made a big deal about it. They had fires going all the way down the river. They brought it out of the shed. This was like 4 o'clock in the morning. We're dragging it down. There's haka going. We're standing there waiting for our waka to be delivered to us. And then finally, it lands in front of us. Then the call came for us to lift the waka and then take it into the river. And so, tahi, rua, toru, wha, the waka didn't move. all the other, that's a true story, didn't move. So we thought that, maybe we have to give this waka up. But all the other waka taua came, and finally we got the waka into the awa. And then now we have 5 waka as part of our fleet every regatta. And whenever our king wants the wakas to be out on the water. And that's another way that we enjoy the spiritual connection that we have with our awa. Kamatu, kia haere tonu ki tā tātou kai kōrero e whaia kene. Our next speaker is a councillor on the Waikato Regional Council and a local farmer. He actively supports... Oh, Mike, sorry. I got this wrong. Mike, haramai, Mike.
Oh, I got promotion to councillor. I think it might be a pay cut, though. Kia ora koutou, ko Mike Scarsbrook tōku ingoa. I've lived alongside the banks of the Waikato River for nearly 30 years. I moved up here from the South Island to come and work for Bryce Cooper at Niwa in 1995, and we thought we'd stay for a few years and then go back to the South Island, but we never left. And Hamilton Kirikiriroa is our home. Tēnā koutou, kia ora for the welcome and the karakia, and it's wonderful to be here at the knowledge hub for Waikato Tainui, and also to be sharing the knowledge that Tipa talked about. Nā tō roro, nā taku roro, ka ora i te ui. So with your knowledge basket and my knowledge basket, together we can make all the people well and the environment as well. What I've been asked to do today is give a wee bit of a context of where this symposium comes from and what we're trying to achieve. And I go into a little bit of detail around this concept, this piece of work that we've been working on for a while now, Bob Penta and Julian Williamson and myself, around restoration timelines. And I'll talk about that a little bit. But I just wanted to highlight, Tipa introduced, and the video introduced Te Turi Whaimana. It was it's great to see the videos from the past and not like to acknowledge those who've passed on, including John Luxton, who I used to work for when I worked at Dairy NZ. So lots of great people who've moved on. Te Turi Whaimana, I just wanted to say one of the things that really I find most impactful about Te Turi Whaimana, the vision and strategy, is the collective responsibility it requires. So everyone in the catchment is responsible for the health and well-being of the river. and I think that was mentioned as well earlier on. So there's no value in finger pointing. There's no value in criticising others, because everybody is responsible for the health and well-being of the river. And unless we all embrace that, we're not going to see the outcomes and objectives achieved. Make sure I'm pointing at the right place. I think the other key point is we're seeing already a building of a long history, and I'm thinking even just from the time of the late 80s, where the Waitangi Tribunal claim over the river was lodged, as far as I understand it. There was a Guardians Establishment Committee, and they delivered the vision and strategy in 2010. At the same time, NIWA and a number of others brought together a massive body of knowledge in the Waikato River Independent Scoping Study. And some of the things that scoping study covered are really relevant today, and sort of form the genesis of some of our thinking about restoration of the river going forward. So I just want to acknowledge the great work done in that study. There was also the Waikato and Waipaha River Restoration Strategy delivered in 2018, which has really helped focus attention and effort, and certainly helped those of us who have resource to put into restoration, Waikato Regional Council, Waikato River Cleanup Trust and others, to really focus action and identify priorities. But if we're thinking about, we're now sort of 13 years into this sort of formal restoration journey. I've titled this The End of the Beginning, and it relates to a quote from Winston Churchill in 1942. So the Allies had just won the Battle of North Africa, and he said it obviously wasn't the end of the war, it wasn't even the beginning of the end, but you could think of it as the end of the beginning. So part of the reason for bringing people together this week is to consider where next, where are we heading in terms of river restoration. With the restoring the awa, very briefly, I wanted to talk about some of the real, might sort of read on here, my eyes, not what they used to be. Some of the real fundamentals of restoration. So you need to know where you're at now, and you need to know why you are where you are. So then information about our current state and the cause, the drivers and the pressures that have caused us to be where we are now. Until we understand those, it's going to be very difficult for us to know how we turn things around. We also need clarity about what we're aiming for. And Te Ture Whaimana gives us that vision and also that suite of objectives for us to aim for. And then there's a suite of sort of next tier indicators called taura, or the strands of a rope, which help us understand some of the core indicators or attributes that we're trying to improve. How we will get there, that's always a fundamental question. What's the achievability? What are the timeframes? What are the costs associated with restoration? It probably takes up a lot of our collective time in terms of talking about and seeking funding for some of the restoration efforts that go on. I've highlighted the next one in terms of action, change and transformation. So you can have all the strategies, all the plans, but if we don't see change on the ground, we don't see action, and if we don't see a transformation in how we use the land, how we interact with the land and the river, we won't see the changes that we need. And then we also need to adapt and review and respond, and this is recognised to be an intergenerational issue. What we have to do is find a way to maintain and engage not just our generation but future generations to continue the work, and sort of they will be the ones who see this through to the end. As I mentioned, the Waikato River Independent Scoping Study, a massive body of work, more than 1,000 pages of very technical information. And I'd like to acknowledge my good friend and mentor John Quinn, who passed away several years ago. He was one of the main authors of that Waikato River Independent Scoping Study. What they looked at was the level of investment that might be required to achieve the core indicators, the tauira associated with Te Ture Whaimana. One of the key things highlighted in the graph here is, so these are sort of investments over time, and this is the thinking then about how that benefit might accrue over time. And really when we think about the restoration timeline and how we might describe it, that's the piece of work that Bob and Julie and I have started, and which will continue on this week and beyond, to try and understand how is the river going to change through time, through the various interventions and actions. Because by doing that, we can essentially help our community understand what's going to happen and when it's going to happen, and show them that the investments are actually going to make a difference. But too much detail on there, so I'll skip that one. The next one, so these are the 6 tauira which have been developed and sit under the Te Ture Whaimana. So these are the measures of success and really reflect the values that the community wants to see restored and enhanced. So Kai, our locally abundant and plentiful and safe food resources. Ecological integrity, so the system is operating as it should. Water quality, water security, sites of significance, and experience. So experience is often overlooked, often from a science perspective, but it is often one of the things that really resonates most with people. Access to sites of significance, being able to swim in the awa, being able to take spiritual healing and guidance from the river. These are all core values that we need to restore. For each of these tauira, there are a set of indicator values, and those indicator values can be monitored and assessed over time. And where this led to was the first report card done in 2016 of the state of the river in relation to those tauira and individual indicators. And so the overall grade at the time was a C+ as a report card for the river. So some areas of the river are still in a very good condition. Others are in a very degraded condition. And so there's a long way to go to achieve the objectives and the outcomes. The restoration timelines concept is, as I say, is something that Bob, Penta, and myself and Julian Williams sort of developed and put in front of the WRA board. But it does very much come from the Waikato River Independent Scoping Study. Just show one example here of some of the thinking around trying to explain to the community how things might develop through time. So with time on the bottom here, and I used 80 years because I'm sort of deeply involved in Plan Change 1, and 80 years is the time frame there. The scorecard grades, and we sort of are coming from a certain grade, and there's an expectation that we're going to get to that A grade. What is it going to look like? How long is it going to take? And what are the things that we can do to change that trajectory, to change that time frame? How do we communicate to people that if we do this, this and this, these are the changes we're going to see, and this is when you can expect to see some of these benefits? Because almost always there are significant lags in we make the changes, but we might not see the benefits for some time, and that can be quite challenging for the community and for funders to say, well, we haven't seen these benefits, why not? I'm running short of time, but I just wanted to highlight, I guess, as we're on this very long journey to restoration of the river, We need to keep our communities, we need to keep our people, we need to keep our decision makers engaged. And to do that, part of that will be about sharing our knowledge and understanding about how the river is going to be restored and the process that it goes through. I think it's a fundamental challenge for an intergenerational concept such as the restoration of the river is how do you keep everyone engaged for that period of time, doing the right things, investing the money in the right places. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Tēnā koe e oha, ngā mihi ki a koe Mike and me au kōrero. Yeah, C+. Yeah, I just said to my dad, that's a pass. No, I was more of a B- student, to be fair. E whai ake nei e hoa ma, our morning presenters. Now, I understand what my mistake was just before. You might not know it, but I turned up yesterday thinking that I was a day ahead. I was sitting outside in the car park wondering where everybody was, and I had to ring up to a few people and say, am I at the right place? True story. I'm sitting there by myself, and my uncle Tūmate had to come, boy, you all right? What you doing here? I says, I'm here for the Waikato River Symposium. I think that's tomorrow, boy. So I jumped back in my car and cruised off. Get here today, and as you saw just before, I introduced the wrong person. That's from day 2. So I'm still a day ahead, runner. So, ko hoki mai, ka day 1, all right? Come on. All right, okay, coming up next will be our morning presenters. That'll be Sam Cashel, Shannon Te Huia, Shannon Clark, and Hine Rangi Kara. Tuatahi ake. I'd like to introduce now to the stage no ngā iwi o Mōkai Pātea, Ngāti Maniapoto, Māori Strategy Manager, Tuakiri Commercial Science and Innovation of Fonterra. Now, Sam has a Bachelor of Environmental Management from Lincoln University and a background on farm sustainability, including working with iwi stakeholders across Aotearoa. He is passionate about improving outcomes for Te Taiao and has recently supported the Te Puia Herangi Estate wetland restoration. Nau mai, Sam Cashel. Ngā mihi e wā.
O tēnā tātou katoa, tuatahi ake, a tautoko au ngā mihi kua mihia, ka mihi hoki ki a kingi tūheitia, a pōta tau te whero, te tuawhitu, me te whare kāhui ariki nui tōnu, a pai Māori re. Ai mihi ana ki te haukainga, a ngā mana o tēnei whenua, a te nā koutou. Aotira i mihi ana kia koutou katoa, ngā iwi e tau nei, a tēnā tātou katoa. Ko wai au, aha ko he māngai a hau kei Fonterra, ai, he uri tonu a hau no ngā iwi o Mōkai Pātea, o tira no kahungunu, no tūwhare toa, no Maniapoto hoki, ko Hāmi ora Cashel tōku ingoa. No reira, ko Aorangi maunga tēnei, i mihi ana kia taupiri maunga e tū nei, e mihi ana me ngā tihi tapu e tū o te rohe nei, ko rangi tīkei awa tēnei, i mihi ana kia Waikato awa, e re nei, no reira, te nā koutou, kia ora mai rā, a tātou katoa. Ka huri au ki tērā reo. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, as mentioned, my name's Sam, and I work as a Māori Strategy Manager at our cooperative Fonterra. And look, it's a privilege and an honour to be given the opportunity today to talk about this amazing wetland restoration project. We're still very, very early on into the project, but I'm keen to share with you where we're at today. I must admit, I'm not an expert when it comes to restoration projects, and I know we've got plenty of those in the room today, so take their word rather than mine. Also conscious too, we've got some amazing speakers in this panel lineup coming up, so the kōrero is going to start pretty low and hopefully get better and better from here. And I want to blame Tim Manuko for putting me on the spot here. I absolutely hate talking to crowds, and particularly of this calibre and size, so if I sound nervous, if I look nervous, I'm absolutely packing myself. So here we are now for the next 13 minutes or so. I've got nowhere to run and hide, so we'll get into it. So Te Puia Herangi wetland restoration, I guess that name in itself needs no introduction here into Waikato. and across the motu. In fact, I'm very reluctant to speak of the legacy of Te Puia Herangi in fear of not doing it the justice it deserves. And again, I think there are far more capable people in this room that can do that than I. What I will focus on, though, is the farm that was left as part of her legacy, which still, I guess, forms a huge part of supporting the kingitanga and Tūranga Waiwai Marae operations. From what I have been told, Te Puia, along with a number of people, including many of the children that she helped to whāngai and raise, were involved in working this whenua a number of years ago. I believe there were marakai gardens, etc., set up on this farm, and at some point in time it was converted into a dairy farm. We as Fonterra are very fortunate to receive the milk from that farm, considering its history. And I guess by naming this project in her honour, for me, I think brings with it a lot of mana, but also a lot of responsibility to do things right. So I'm just going to hopefully try and, actually, no, I'll start here. In terms of the location, hopefully you can see from this pixelated image, the farm is actually on River Road in Ngārua Waihere, so just up the river from here. It's in very close proximity to the awa, so everything from that farm drains into the awa via 2 outlets. It's about 216 hectares in size, and the farm currently peak milks about 500 cows twice a day, or just under. If I skip to the next piece. In terms of a restoration project, we've been blessed with every common pest weed you can think of. Hopefully this next video works, if I get this right. Let's see, so this is a drone flyover from the wetland last week. As you can see in here, we've got quite a lot of our pest plant species: gorse, privet, willow, pine, te mea, you name it, it's likely to be in here. In the centre of the wetland, we can see some of our tree fern species. So we've got punga, wheki, we have kahikatea regenerating, mingi, māpau, kānuka, mānuka, te mea. There's some quite good stuff, but the outsides of it tend to be quite choked with weed species. So when that finishes there. In terms of mahi today, it's probably worth me stepping you back a few years to understand how this project's come about, and I guess people might question, well, how the hell's Fonterra become involved in here, other than it being a Fonterra farm? I know I've got a few of my Fonterra colleagues in the room, so I'm hoping if I get tricky questions on the panel, they're going to back me up. But if we're really honest about the history of Fonterra when it comes to dealing with mana whenua, we haven't got the best track record. If you look at our relationships to date, very hard to call them genuine when they've been centred around the resource consenting process at a time when we want something. And so previously in the past, our relationships would ramp up pre-consenting and then drop off again once we got what we wanted. And I know I'm probably being unfair to some of our sites who through good people and leadership have bucked that trend, but that's the stark reality of where we've come from. I guess we're part of the problem, we need to be part of the solution. And so this project was actually born out of our Te Rapa manufacturing site, which sits upstream of Tūranga Waiwai Marae, going through their reconsenting process to allow our, I guess, treated discharge of wastewater into Waikato awa. Probably quite a controversial thing to talk about, within the group here, but that's the reality of where it was born out of. Tūranga Waiwai Trust Board were one of the main submitters, I guess, against that consent, and rightly so. And it took a number of years of going through that process before my time to end up where we are today. In 2021, I was lucky enough to be around when we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Trust Board, and that basically set the foundations for our relationship going forward. I think we're still in our infancy, but from our side, I can hand on heart say it's heading in the right direction. I'll let the trustees speak to it from their end. And so at that same time in 2021, we applied to Waikato River Authority for funding, and thankfully were granted funding in 2022. This document up here was produced by Wildlands, so we had basically a baseline study done to help us with the management plan to help the trustees, attack where they wanted to head from here. In terms of us getting involved, the trustees expressed an interest that they needed support with going through that funding process, and just some support around, what were some of the things that they could do to restore this particular piece of whenua. The aim of the project really was to restore it back into something that I guess whānau can be proud of. It is a bit of an eyesore, if we're honest, when we look at it from the road, and really to honour that legacy of Te Puia Herangi, considering all the effort that's gone into that farm in the past. This year, so 2023, is our second year of funding, and so we've targeted most of our efforts on weed control, particularly around the perimeter of the catchment here, and then within that kind of red zone and some of these open areas kind of through here where we're gearing up for planting out about 1 hectare of natives next year. All the plants will be sourced from the nursery here in Hopu Hopu. I did see John Tukere somewhere up the back there, so thank you, Ehoa, for supporting us here. And basically what Wildlands noted when they did this report, that because of the impacts of drainage on the whenua, this particular catchment is reverting more into a terrestrial forest rather than a wetland. If you were to walk through there today, there's very little water left in there. And so the call was made to sort of carry on down that journey rather than trying to convert it back into a wetland. And I guess if you consider the significance of what the farm operations do to support the marae, that was sort of where the trustees landed. I'll jump into the next slide here. In terms of other mahi we've been doing kind of separate to the WRA funded projects, for the last couple of years we've been chipping away at planting other parts of the farm as part of our memorandum of understanding. So we've put in about 1,400 trees here in an area that's very close to the whare that Te Puia Heranga used to live on farm. So a very significant piece of the farm. If you do drive past it, don't be too judgmental. It doesn't look amazing at this stage, but we're hoping eventually it'll look really good. And I know there's a few people in this room that have helped contribute to those plantings to date. I'll share with you another quick one. What have I done there? Oh, there it is. This year we teamed up with Trees for Survival and Ngārua Wāhia High School. If you haven't learnt about that kaupapa, I'd encourage you to do so. Really cool, not sure what's going on there, but really cool project where they look for sponsorship from partners like Fonterra to help provide kura with raw ingredients to start growing plants. And then once they're ready, they ship them off to local farms or local land areas to start on restoration projects. So by involving the high school this year, it's been kind of twofold. We've had rangatahi involved, which is one of the key objectives of the project, but also a number of these kids have whakapapa connections here, which is extremely important. So I'm hoping we're going to build some of the successor for some of the work I've been doing into this going forward. Conscious of time, we're just going to spend the last couple of minutes speaking through some of the successes and learnings for the project to date. As I mentioned, we're going into year 3 of funding next year, so still in our really early days of this project, so still got lots to learn. I think relationships, like anything, have been integral. We've been very lucky to work with some really good people. As I said, I'm not an expert, so teaming up with the right people. Firstly, I want to acknowledge the WRA, not just for funding us, but people like Michelle Hodges, who, I don't know how many times I've picked up the phone to you, Ehoa, and you've answered all my silly questions, persevered with our slow to get, I guess, the funding stuff in and go through the admin bits and pieces, so I really appreciate your help to date. Julian Williams was here somewhere. You were instrumental, mate, in helping just kick the stuff off early days, so appreciate that. I must acknowledge Waikato Regional Council, who are a co-sponsor in this project, both from a cash and in-kind perspective. So people like Paula Reeve, Grant Blackie, I haven't seen them here today, but just do want to acknowledge them. Oh, they're somewhere. Kia ora. I guess some of our Fonterra staff who have come in and helped on this journey, people like Tracy Dean Spears who have given advice and just helped chew the fat on different ideas. And then again to the trustees of the marae for putting faith in us to help them on this journey. And I do want to acknowledge the late Pokaia Nepia, who's no longer with us but was around at that point. I'll put there relationships, partnerships and outcomes. We started off with a very transactional relationship. I think we're starting to grow towards a partnership with Tūranga Waiwai Trust Board. But in terms of outcomes, just conscious of time, for Fonterra to be able to bring staff into a kaupapa Māori environment and be invited into things like koroneihana, regatta, pokai, to go and help in the kitchen, prep kai, etc. has been just, I guess, invaluable. We've had kaimahi Māori like myself who are on their reconnection journey coming back and feel like we've been able to give back in those kaupapa environments. But for non-Māori, coming in and learning in an environment that they don't usually get an opportunity to. So we know that they go home and talk, good news about what they've seen with their whānau and friends, and we start to do, something that's far bigger and greater than the project ever aimed to achieve. For me personally, I was lucky enough to receive a Waikato Tainui scholarship through university and felt like an absolute fraud, if I'm honest. I knew my whakapapa growing up in Taihape, but didn't know my whakapapa here in Waikato. And so when I fill out an application and have to say where my marae is, and this is my maunga, this is my awa, absolute fraud. But I guess now I feel like I have an opportunity to give back in some small way. So this has been an extremely important project for my own journey. In terms of some of the learnings, we've had a few challenges with plant releasing, maintenance. We had the cows get into the first plants that we put out in front of Te Puia's house, which was just devastating. So the importance of getting everyone on the kaupapa, including the share milkers staff, Hopefully that won't happen again. We thought we needed a resource consent to do some of the pest plant stuff early days, which caused a lot of delays, but thankfully we didn't. And I guess where to next? We've still got some big issues to tackle here. Animals. Keen to learn and network from this group of experts over the next couple of days. If you have any ideas, if you want to get involved, please sing out. No mai, anyone's welcome to be part of this project. Ai, koe nā tāku. Hei whakakapi aku kōrero mō tēnei wā anei tētahi whakatau āki, nā te pui herangi ki te whakamana te kaupapa nei. A mehe mea ka moimoi ā hau, a ko a hau anake. A mehe mea ka moimoi ā tātou, a ka tai e tātou. Anō reira, te nā koutou, a te nā koutou. A huri nō i tēnei whare, a tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Ka pai ngā mihi, Sam, and don't worry about your Waikato Tainui scholarship. When I received mine, I bought a PlayStation. Jonah Lomi Rugby 1 too, it's a PlayStation 1 whānau. I went straight to Noel Lemmings, kia ora. I clocked the game though, whānau. Yeah, there you go. All right, up next. Now, Shannon leads the Punu River Care, which was established back in 2015 to help local marae and hapu learn, grow and use the knowledge in mātauranga Māori. Punu River Care has grown and planted more than 2.6 million trees and is currently producing 700,000 native trees annually. While it has seen more than 110 kilometres of fencing completed and 120 hectares of land retired and planted on farms along Punu and Waipāawa, and I was very lucky to go and visit this site and see their awesome mahi. Shannon, nau mai awa. Mai te pakipaki whānau.
Ki tā tātou kai whakarite e tātanei, nā u whakatuwhera te kaupapa o te rānei, nā u anō hoki o tātou inoi ki te wahingaro, tēnā koe e hoa, tēnā koutou e te whare. Ko te ariki nui hei ki ingi tū hei tia pō te tau te wherowhero te tuawhetu, me tō whare kāhui ariki nui tonu, pai mārire kia koe, pai mārire kia koutou. Ki runga i te pēpeha, mōkau ki runga, tāmaki ki raro, pare Waikato, pare haura ki te kaukaoro o pāte te re mangatōtō ki Wainganui. Ko Shannon Tuhuia, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou, no mōkau ki runga, no mangatōtō ki Wainganui, no maniapoto ahu. A success story of Puni River Care. I gotta take a backstory because 10 years ago they had the Waikato River Symposium. I think Waikato Tainui ran it. And I was sitting up there somewhere and we had Te Mapi's dad speaking on behalf of Ngāti Hoa. And he explained their journey around education through Wintec and then enabling a lot of their whānau to get involved in mahi, meaningful mahi, to do with restoring the awa or the waterways. And straight away I spotted this dude from Wintec, his name was Keslow, and I just got a hold of him, and I think about 3 months later we had a level 2 Wintec satellite course operating at Mangatōtō Marae. We had 15 students and 13 graduated with a level 2 Hort qualification. It was crazy. And from then, Don picked me up, Don Scarlett, and we rolled out to the river, rolled out to Raglan, and we met Fred Litchwark, and then we just went on that whole journey. And I think it was real powerful that I got access to people like that at the start, but I think it was equally as important to do something about it. So yeah, I just thought, it's interesting that 10 years later we're in the same spot and same kaupapa, and it's still strong. Yes, our vision is very clear. We know what we want. It's up there. We want our people returning back to Punu. We want it to a state where we can swim in it. At the moment we can't. Well, we shouldn't. We do. But yeah, it was interesting, eh? You type some prompts into AI and it generates these images. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So it's a pretty clear vision. It's better than words, I reckon. So I'm just going to start off with the cultural significance of Pūniu, and you don't hold me to this, like I know a little bit, but we've got the aukati, we've got the the gateway into Te Nehe Nui, Maniapoto, we've got Ōrākau, we've got the land wars, we've got mahinga kai there, we've got inspiration that our carvers take from Pūniu. We've got the mātauranga, and so all of that kind of encompasses, a whole lot more than just being a waterway or a river, and that's part of what we do at Pūniu River Care is providing access for our kaimahi and everyone that wants to get amongst it to be involved in learning more. So we've got a few photos here of Shane Taruki talking about, what was he talking about there? Might have been to a mātauranga. We've got one of the kazis, Bob Tehuia, talking about the carvings and some of the haka and stuff, and explaining, when we do these haka, a lot of them is written on the carvings that he's doing. We've got Uncle Hone there with teaching some of our kaimahi that have never gone eeling before, teaching them how to eel the old school ways, sacrificial ceremonies of pūkeko. And then we've got... we took the team up to Rangariri to get another kōrero around the land wars and stuff, which was pretty powerful. And then we've got Proni Gloin talking about the kiingitanga. So every month we drop tools and we do a tikanga day and we get in guest speakers or somebody and we just throw down and learn. So that's probably something that makes us a bit different. The current of Pūniu and its journey to Waipa. So Pūniu and the Mangatutu, they start up in Pūriora and then they both weave down. They go through the hill country, so all the sheep and beef stuff, then they enter dairy conversion before they hit the flats down to dairy country. They converge at Waikato, where the volume starts picking up down there. And then they flow into Waipa, just up Parongia, and then into Waikato. Pūniu River Care, so it's a kaupapa first and foremost, and then it's a business. And so that's kind of how decisions are made. First and foremost, it's the kaupapa, why are we doing it? And then we have a lot of business decisions, and I think that's kind of the big thing for us is that constantly navigating that. From operational and a governance perspective can be challenging at times, but I think if it was easy then everyone would be doing it because it is pretty hard. So our mission is to enhance the waters and replenish the taonga within the catchment. So that mission came about by speaking with our fōmarae, Mangatoto, Rāwhitiro, Owairaka, Aotearoa and Whakamārama, and we wānanga this mission until we actually got the wording right, and we've still got it. Like it's still our mission today. We focus on better water, more taonga species, creating jobs for Māori and advocating kaitiakitanga. The significance of funding we receive from the WRA is pretty hard out. Like when we first started, we wouldn't have been able to stand up this kaupapa without the funding from the WRA to support our projects. Very early on, I think Kerry helped us with one of our first applications beside the marae. And then Edina helped us with a Manaki Tuna project. And without those larger projects, we would have never developed the capability or the capacity to take on other mahi. And so I think what occurred there, we weren't unsure. For us, it was like there was mahi where to do the project, so on and so forth. But looking back, that steady stream of mahi that we were doing, and then would get spikes. Another mahi was really helpful. Collaboration is key with marae, with iwi, Regional Council, Grant. You know, he helped us with a lot of writing, a lot of terminology. I mean, we knew what we wanted, but articulating that into some pretty hefty funding applications to ministry, you know, it's pretty hard. And they brought the experience in terms of measuring, valuing, quantifying projects, understanding scope, timelines, so on and so forth. It just made the project delivery a lot easier when you had that insight at the start. No question about it. If we didn't partner up with Regional Council, we would not, you know, have done as well. And constant engagement with marae. I mean, we employ a lot of marae whānau anyway, so they already know. Iwi, so yeah, that's been pretty influential. So our relationship with Waikato Tainui, Te Manukau, Timonik, I can't, geez, they look the same. One of them anyway. It was so long ago. He rocks up and he goes, Shan, what do you need? And we're like, bro, like we just want to put our tools down and know when we come back they're still going to be there. So he dropped off a couple of shipping containers at the marae and a cover so that we could get our workers out of the sun, and we had somewhere safe to store our tools. And to this day, like Waikato Tainui is just throw down every chance they get. I think they supported a rangatahi to come through our education program. And then before that, they supported our open day. We saw 600 people from all marae across New Zealand come to Mangatoto to learn about the kaupapa. And yeah, like stakeholders, just constant. We grew up with most of the farmers, played rugby with them and everything, so we catch up at the bar. Challenges and pressures on Punu. So I was lucky to meet a guy, Lusengower, through Sheep and Beef. And bro took me up in his helicopter and we went and looked where the Punu started. And as soon as it comes out of Puriora, it's under pressure straight away. It's got a real old school farm up there it's like a grid. It's just gridded and like stock just going in and out. So as soon as it comes out of the bush, it's under pressure from Sheep and Beef, and then it goes down and there's some conversions that have happened up in the top catchment. I think they've been fined a couple of times as well. A couple of farms up there. You know, it gets hammered, and then it comes down through the flat country, and then it's still got to compete with dairy down there. Not only that, it passes Waikato, which is it had, you know, for years. They've only just changed it. They had a wastewater treatment plant out there on a floodplain, so that's no good. And then goes past Tukanui, where they have the old Tukanui Hospital, and that has a wastewater treatment plant there as well. That's on a floodplain. So, and then it goes into Waipa. But yeah, you know, like you've got two huge discharges from waste that normally flood whenever it rains, and then you've got very heavy dairy down in the flatlands. You know, it's pretty hard to give up that good land down there, but we are getting there. But these are just the pressures, you know. The opportunities enabled by the WA to address these pressures, we get to determine where we're going to do work, which is good, you know, within the constraints of the restoration strategy. So we, rather than just being a contractor that delivers work for another project that's been designed by somebody else, we get self-determination to say this is important to us and this is where we should go. So I think that's a real cool framework. The importance of community engagement and working together is key. Like the bro said, like there's no finger pointing, like you just got to get on board. We see more change from farmers wanting to do the right thing as opposed to what they have to do, and those are the farmers we like working with. So restoration and project initiatives, we operate under the direction of the Waikato and Waipara River Restoration Strategy. still guided by that document, although we are now leaning towards some of the areas that Fonterra are identifying as critical source areas that are outside that scope. That's in another project, but funds specifically related to the River Authority is all done under the strategy. It's quite, we took the Regional Council's lead on how we implement those projects. So what we found challenging was that, and we did it for a 1B2 project, landowners would bug you about doing work or wanting to do some good stuff on their farm. Would go out, would spend a considerable amount of time scoping, doing the mapping, quantifying, putting together the project, and then those timeframes from when they get that, when they have that first engagement to when things start happening is quite a long time, and things happen, and then you go back, and then they kind of get a bit shy, or then and it can really throw the whole project down. So what we do is we say we'll operate in this area here, and if and as long as it satisfies the restoration strategy, which we get approved, it enables us to move. If a farmer's tractor breaks down and all of a sudden they're unable to contribute, then we can just move. So we have a range of farmers who are interested and who are on the go, ready to do this mahi. Our work's predominantly riparian planning, fencing programs to reduce sediment, dirt, like we're looking for clarity. So when we put our vision forward, it was from Mariri Maniaputo's kōrero about the pūniu when they fled from Morako, and it was that the pūniu was crystal clear with the gravel bottom. So that gives us a bit of a context inside our heads. He didn't say much about E. coli or any of those things, but from what I understand from Niwa is that clarity is a good indication that there's not E. coli. So I think just clarity for us, good viz, because viz is good. We do wetland restoration projects to enhance biodiversity and provide habitat for taonga. We do education and awareness campaigns to promote kaitiakitanga. And we're starting to delve into some of this monitoring stuff. It's been pretty cool. We're with Adroit, so Mercury and Don and Waikato Tainui partnership gave us access to one of these platforms called Adroit Monitoring. Check your phone, know what's going past technology, which is pretty cool. And so we put this po up in the top catchment. His name's Waiora, and he talks to us through our phone and tells us what's going past. That's pretty cool. And then Uncle Nekati from Niwa, he linked us up with some technology that they're doing at Niwa, where they set up cameras, and then they've got this massive as calculation that kind of gives us an indication of if the river's safe to swim in. So they're not like, we haven't set up a huge program for monitoring, but we're looking in that space because we want to understand how do we make pūniu swimmable again, and how do we kind of target our restoration efforts towards that, because it's a big job. So we've got some achievements here and outcomes, and I'm just going to go around the room and call you out. So, well, I won't, because I'll probably miss somebody. But I think at very minimum, Dan Hukuro needs to stand up because he's one of our board members. So I just want to give him a bit of a round of applause for supporting us. But, there's just so many people that I can see in this room that have helped with this achievement. Even the bro come up there, he's planted a few of these trees. Just give him a round of applause too. So we've established 142 hectares of native, 203 rugby fields, planted 1.3 million seedlings. We've grown 3.6 million seedlings from seed we collected ourselves from Waipā. We've enabled 90 jobs for Māori, showcasing a significant impact, not only on economic growth, but empowerment. And we've advocated kaitiakitanga at 23 events. Like, I went to Wellington one day and there was my face on this huge building and it had kaitiaki, and I was like, yo, that's cool. So we're just advocating kaitiakitanga, and it's becoming more and more normal. So that's cool. Lessons learned and best practice. So we just wanted to measure if, we talk about healthy people and people coming through the kaupapa, and we just wanted to know, surely there's more than just providing a job. And so we wanted to start capturing a record of learning that was occurring when they were coming through the kaupapa. And we decided, okay, we're going to put together a curriculum or whatever, a course, so that when we have kaimahi that start, they go through the whole thing. And we've called it a certificate in introductory river enhancement. And we got a course writer to write it out exactly as they would a proper curriculum for Te Wānau Aotearoa. So what it does is it's made up of 6 kōnai, and it takes you from seed collecting to germinating seeds to growing seeds in the plants in the nursery to preparing sites, to planting sites, and then through maintaining sites. So it has all of that technical stuff, but it also has things like pūrākau filtered through it. It also makes our kaimahi do some homework on their pepeha, their whakapapa, and things like that. What else does it have in it? Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then once they've completed it, we can really measure that and say, actually, you know quite a bit. When we first did it, we had guys that were kaimahi for like 5 years. We had these students come through, and then they knew more than people that have been with us for 5 years. Because when you go into somewhere, you might just go and do one piece of that job, like could just do planting or just do nursery. But what we're finding by doing this program is they got access to every single piece and why they were doing everything. So that was pretty cool. The importance of collaboration and landowner engagement is key. There's no if, buts, or maybes about it. Our project manager is an ex-dairy farm manager, Ray Spooner, and I purposely pulled him out of the hat because he was a gym buddy, but also I knew that we couldn't have those conversations with landowners, with farmers, with dairy farmers, because we didn't understand. We couldn't see things from their perspective. And so Ray's very good at understanding the pressures that farming has, and the times a year where you should be approaching farmers, and times of years where you need to just don't annoy them. And that's been key. Like securing land, like what do we say, 142 hectares, we didn't even need to go through a settlement process to get that land back for Papatūānuku. And that, it's just been through constant collaboration. And now we're working with Matt Holwell, who's writing the farm plans for Dairy NZ. And so he's doing that engagement now. So you've got Ray and Matt really constantly talking about the impacts, identifying these areas, and then linking them up with us to go and implement these this mahi. Communication strategy with engaging landowners is pretty hard out. And so you've really got to take a step back and look at the bigger picture here, because there may be things that you don't like, but there's so many landowners that are trying to do good things that you just got to wait. Yeah. Our future plans and sustainability of the kaupapa, but business as usual, ongoing restoration with a focus on afforestation in hill country, big retirement of land up in the hill country, and critical source areas in dairy. The WRA funding is critical to support our people and our projects. We're looking at financial sustainability. It's been a big one for the last year, for me anyway, is to understand what that looks like, how to be less dependent on funding, how to create different areas in the business where we could probably enter into a commercial space to support some of our charitable efforts or some of our kaupapa. But those are conversations that we're still right at the board level. We're adopting monitoring approaches, so getting access to these monitoring approaches is one thing, but actually adopting one or many is another thing. So we're looking at that, and that will help us highlight areas that are making pūniu unswimmable. Minimising waste generation. So not through a nursery, there's there's a dirty side of nurseries and there's a lot of plastic waste. There's a lot of waste that's been generated from growing trees, and sometimes you've got to scratch your head and wonder. But there is technology out there that can help us actually minimise waste, reduce the use of plastics, but also the water that we are pulling. We're pulling 100 cube from a stream every day, but we're not reticulating it and using it again. We're not scavenging water as best we could if we had a facility that was kind of designed to hold that water. And so for us, it's about, okay, let's start being less wasteful, also with our time. In conclusion, our achievements and outcomes from funding from the Waikato River Authority are all there. I just can't speak highly of not only the people there today, but the people who set it up with that vision. Because I think through the success of Puni River Care, I hope we've achieved some of that vision that the people at the start, had. The significance of the Puni River is always going to be significant for Waikato, Tainui, Maniapoto, Raukawa. And continued collaboration and support in protecting our river. So we always, doesn't matter what our differences may be, if you're keen to throw down for the awa, well, let's talk. Kia ora whānau, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Ngā mihi, my brother, also mahi out there at the Puni River Care. I've had the best wānanganangas at the pub with the whānau, some of the best ideas, some of the most transformative ideas, future planning, all of that stuff. If only I could remember it the next day, we'd be in a much better place right now. So we've organised another wānangananga sometime this weekend. Mm-hmm. All right, our next speaker coming up, our speakers, should I say. The Aniwata Trust has been instrumental in the Mangerua Gully Restoration Project, a bold 30-year plan to create the first green corridor from Maunga Tautari Sanctuary Mountain to the Waikato River. Phase 1 of the project will ultimately see 8.4 hectares of land retired and replanted, and protecting and enhancing 1.1 kilometre of stream, riparian environment surrounding Maunga Tautari, Maunga Naumai. Ki te atamira, Shannon Clark and Hinerangi Kara. Naumai e korua.
Au tēnā tātou e te whare. Ko Hinerangi Kara tōku nei ingoa, and I'm here today with my awesome cousin Shannon Clark. Whoever put us up after the Puni River Care has stitched us right up. Right? That's the gold standard. Get ready for the gumboot. All right. Ka pai. So I'm just going to start off first of all by just playing a couple of our videos.
I think there's been some visions of reconnecting whānau back to the whenua for a really long time, but this particular project really started going in 2018. We're really looking at a long-term plan in creating an ecological corridor from the mountain to the awa that increases the biodiversity of the birds in both areas.
The sense of connection for them has been absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's now become a project of our whenua, our wai, our people, our tikanga. Our project has extended further beyond just the taiao, just some little dinky taiao project.
Having my daughter tell me, Mama, I want to go to my maunga, and I take her back and she's running around the whenua planting trees, and she's like 5 years old, and it's really given her a strong connection. Oh, honestly, it's a 100-year plan, eh? Our kaupapa is to have our whānau reconnect to the whenua wherever they are. Every wānanga that we've come to, they've met new cousins, new aunties, new nannies, they've learnt new mātauranga that we never knew about.
Our old people talk about how they interacted with the wai, how their puna was over here, and what they used to do, they used to tow a whiwhi in the water when somebody was sick. But we don't have that same relationship with our awa anymore.
We're sharing new experiences with new family members that we can cherish and I guess pass down to the next generation. When our whenua as well, our whānau as well.
Ka pai. So here's where our project is. It's at the base of our tupuna maunga, our ancestral mountain, Maunga Tautari. And here's the stretch of gully that we are currently restoring right now. So I'm just going to move this. Ka pai. It covers 6 Māori land blocks. 5 Māori land blocks, 1 road reserve. So we have 5 Māori whānau trusts to deal with. I see you laughing. And over 1,500 landowners. So it spans across 11 hectares. And I just referred to it as a dinky little project, actually, restoration project. And we took Sue, kia ora Sue, and Michelle out the other week, and they said, there's nothing dinky about this. Ka pai. 70,000 plants we've planted so far. We cover 2 quite significant sites of significance in our gully. And yeah, ka pai. That's essentially an overview of our area. We were, I don't know what we were, crazy actually. We had it almost seems like we got off the kitchen table and then we went out and said, should we do a project, bro? And she said, yeah, why not? So we started it. We started it in 2018, and there's some shots of the gully or what the gully looked like at that time. And then we went into 2019, and at the end of 2019, we really started to gather momentum. Our funders were interested. We were presenting our kaupapa all over the wares, and then COVID hit. So that's why there's not a picture there from 2020, because we were all in lockdown, right? Ka pai. So you can see there that the progression of the gully in 2022, we said that's it. We've had enough of this gorse, and we decided to get basically an industrial-sized lawnmower in there to take care of it. Ka pai. When we started this, we've had to pivot a couple of times. And when we started this was pre-COVID, and we had all the big ideas, right? We had this idea of grandeur. We were going to create this amazing tourist attraction. It was going to be awesome. It was going to, be an extension of our maunga. It was going to be fantastic. We went away, we got KPMG to pull us together a strategy. We were like, yeah, we're gonna put our sites of significance and some and some signs. We were gonna be gangster. Hey, we put it all together, we did our homework. We said our whānau are gonna love this. Absolutely. And then, not only did COVID hit, and with it went the PGF funding that Shane Jones and Winston championed for Māori, but so did the tourism industry in New Zealand, right? And with it, our hopes and dreams. Ka pai. Those things are out of our control when we could absolutely sort of deal with those, right? Okay, ka pai. The tourism industry will boom back again one day. What wasn't so easy to get over was our whānau. Hey. Right? What wasn't so easy to get over was our whānau. And I'm just going to hand it over to Shannon. When in the video there I said that we don't have the same connection to our awa anymore. And that's a result of a couple of things. Urbanisation, people have moved into town. And we don't have a lot of our whānau still living out at our maunga. But a lot of our whānau are disconnected from their whenua. They lease it out to farmers who make a ton of money. And so there is this disconnection. And actually, I'm reminded by something David Attenborough said. He said, "No one will protect what they don't care about, and no one will care about it until they experience it." And this is why one of the key steps for us and the success of our project was to get our whānau involved.
Kia ora for that. And so I just want to go through some of our photos. The top left-hand photo is a photo of all of our trustees at our very first trustee consultation hui. We had this really, we had mean, bright ideas about it, and getting 5 trusts together to agree on a common goal is a mastery in communication. And I was down for that challenge, because if I can't talk to my own family members, how am I going to go out into the real world and get a job? So lucky for me, we are resilient people, and our whānau could see some movement, but I'm not going to joke, they were deeply reluctant until this year, until all the planting was done. And they went, "Oh yeah, all right then, okay, I suppose." You know, and you just get some whānau like that. So one of the difficulties for us, straight up, it was navigating that communication with our own whānau, our own aunties. And our biggest learnings was keep pursuing, keep going, don't give up. Just because someone says no means no for now. For today, it just means no for today. But hey, we're from the whenua, we're not going anywhere. If you don't say yes to me today, you're going to say yes to my son, or my moko, or my great-grandson, you know, so good luck with that. Cool, I need to keep moving. I just want to mihi to Cousin Kerry, Ngāti Hoa Mahi Trust. They really helped us in our first wānanga, really getting our plants onto the maunga, getting our whānau involved. Really instrumental in teaching us and incorporating the mātauranga that we already held from our whānau. That's me pretending to tell someone how to plant a tree. That's all my brothers, all our whānau there with our planting team from Ngāti Hoa Mahi Trust, Uncle Taiapa. Yeah. I'm mindful of our time. I'll let you keep talking. Oh yeah, those are the same photos.
One of the pivots for us, and there's been a few, and a few challenges and things for us to work through. But one of the things that was almost like a byproduct of our restoration project was actually the work that needed to be done in order for us to reconnect with ourselves and to rediscover and reclaim our own stories. And that's been one of this for me. Yep, it's great. We're restoring our awa and we're restoring our whenua and we're being good kaitiaki. Excellent, tick. But actually, for me, this is where the real gold and the real gems have come from, is we've had the ability through this project to interview some of our whānau, some of our nannies, and the stories have been absolutely amazing. We had one whānau there recount the time that when electricity first came to Maunga Tautari, and some of the questionable games they used to play with real guns, right through to the disturbing kai they used to eat. So a lot of this has been great. Yes, restoring our awa and restoring a piece of I guess a tributary of our tupuna maunga has been significant. but actually also as well, along with that, reclaiming ourselves and restoring ourselves as a people has been fabulous. And I'm reminded by my auntie who's sitting up there, she always reminds us we are the taiao, not just what grows in the ground and what flows to the awa. People are taiao as well.
So very quickly, what's next for us? We are holding space for the first green corridor from Maunga Tautari Maunga to Waikato Awa. We have no idea how to do that. In actuality, we are mindful that may take a long time. But we know if we hold the space for that, then the experts will come to us. So what's next for us is really doing these first 6 blocks very well. I feel like I've got undiagnosed ADHD, so I was like, yes, cuz, let's go to the next 6 blocks. And she was like, hang on a minute, let's go ask the whānau. Hey, let's go home and go and see what whānau want. And they were really clear, water restoration, why restoration, and access to our gully is a must. Yeah, awesome, you planted 70,000 trees, but we can't get over the fence. You know, because Nan's got a bung leg and she's 85. So, you know, just really simple things are really important to our whānau in order to get access back to Mangeroa, those first 6 blocks of the gully, so they can get back to the wai. So we can start doing those really little things. So we are really conscious, small things in our own backyard, making a really big impact. And when we do that well, then maybe that will inspire the next 6 blocks and the next 6 blocks and the next farmlands. And I guess, I just want to go back to Cambridge East Primary School. Auntie Poto, you know, when you do like a project, you're like, oh yeah, all about the kaupapa, and then someone goes, oh, what about the next kaupapa? You know, which actually is the next. I'm inspired by the fact that we start this little thing, we do things in our own backyard, and then our aunties and our neighbours go, oh, pup, this kura want to get involved. Hey, they want to plant the next 6 blocks. You know, and so when you stand and you hold space for something, your whānau will jump on, the people that care about this will get on and help you along the way. So just mihi to all of those who is that person that goes, oh, hey, we can help do the next bit. Or you might not have, you know, the bread, but you bring the butter to the kaupapa, or, you know, all that makes a difference. Oh, okay. Well, and just can I have a full disclaimer? I'm not an expert in this. I'm a youth worker. I have a real job. I kid. I joke, but I'm not an expert. We started this because I'm an urban girl, brought up in, you know, Waikato, all the places in the urban city, and we only went home for tangihanga. And then I get old and go, oh, who am I? Where are my people? You know, and so these give me an opportunity to come home. When cousin and I were talking about various kaupapa, we were like, who are we going to be about this? What could be possible if we were the best versions of ourselves? What type of Māori do I want to be? Oh, I want to be the tree climbing, go up the maunga type of Māori. I want to be the, you know, mātauranga all the way Māori. I want to be the sit down with my mokos and tell them we planted this tree Māori. It was really moving for me to, for my cousin to give me some mahi and project management. And can I just say, I know we're over time, but I was never a project manager before she hired me as a project manager. You know, and so I am so overwhelmed and honoured to be here today, but you do not have to be an expert to just go and get shit done. Hey. And we're all amazing here for that, and I mahi to you all, because I think we all got the same, you know, that.
Yeah, I think that's the point of this slide. So we've gone through, we've told you about how awesome we are, and now I'm giving you our background. She's got a background in comms. She's a mama, and yeah, she said, she said to me, oh, I don't know how to manage a project. I said, neither do I. Let's discover this together. So off we went. I'm a librarian. I have a background in librarianship. I was at the University of Waikato Library for 17 years. I have a doctorate in know-it-allness. and I've got all the gumption in the world. So that's our background. We're both brought up in town, right? We're both townies. And you know, I guess the point here is, if we can do this, anyone can. It doesn't take an expert. Sorry to the experts, but it doesn't take an expert to get a project, a restorative project off the ground. We are all kaitiaki. We all have the obligation to be better kaitiaki. Ka pai. Just lastly, I just wanted to tukumihi atu to all of our funders, to all of our subbies. Yep, e te iti, e te rahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Awesome. Tuahine, massive kōrero, and this goes to show what passion can do. I mean, you've got heaps of passion, you can achieve stuff. There's no photos of me during 2020, during lockdown as well. Had the whole fun. I've got 7 daughters, and we got my 2 sisters and my mother to come and stay with me. I was the only male in the house because my brother refused to come with all of those. So luckily for my mum's Gilmore's card, I came out of lockdown. I bought a borderline alcoholic after all of that, and put on about 20 kgs. So there's definitely no photos of me during lockdown either. But fantastic kōrero from all of our panel, and from all the projects that I've listened to today. You fellas are doing a massive, massive job. Pērā noho ki te kōrero nei, ki te kore he whakakitenga, ka ngaro te iwi. Without vision and without passion, our iwi will be lost. So your passion and your vision and watching it come to fruition definitely inspires me to go home and tell somebody else to get it off the ground. So we're into it. We're going to have a panel discussion, and we're going to take a few pārtai. And I'm not here to do this job all by myself. I've got one of my brothers over here, one of the whanaunga, to come up and take this part of it. Nau mai ki te Tamira, Julian Williams. Hara mai.
Tēnā tātou katoa, tērā kia koe pātara, tapu parata. Ko tūwhera nau te wānanga nei, tēnei te mihi, o tērā kia koutou katoa, he mihi poto, he mihi aroha kia koutou. Kia ora, I'm Julian Williams. I work for the Waikato River Authority with a range of other hats, like many of our Māori whānau here today. So, you know, they reckon pātara, you should never meet your hero in real life. Pātara met me around about 1994, and we will be running the show over the next few days. Pātara will look after the whole scheme of things, and I'll be helping out with the panel discussion. Quickly, a little bit about myself. So I'm a Ngarawahia boy. I actually think we have the best bombers around the country, and our kids are still jumping off the bridge. Doesn't matter how many defence mechanisms you put around that bridge, they're going to find the way. And I think that's important, because they're the litmus test on all the mahi we're doing. Hey, if they're still going there, if they're not, then something's not working. And so, grew up in Ngarawahia. Ngarawahia boy, never moved far, moved to Huntly, played some games with Pātara at Taniwharau, and then up to Hamilton. So that's me. I've been in the environmental space for quite a while. My mum was my, I suppose, instigator into the environmental space, and I acknowledge my cousin Lillian here. So she would take me up to the Hakirimata, and we'd look at kaura, and then she would make me have a look underneath, and if there were eggs, we'd put them back. Yeah, she would use her hands, I'd use my hat. I didn't like getting pricked by things. I would go eeling down at the awa with all of our cousins, and we'd put depending on how they looked, we'd put them back and let them go. So yeah, she was the instigator for my mahi and me moving into the space. But just everyone sitting here, do want to acknowledge the kōrero you've shared. That energy, man, you've set the bar. The next 2 sessions today, kia kaha. But I need to do one bit of housework at this time. If you can, we'll be taking questions over the next 2 days. We have an app called the Slido app. On the inside cover of your program, there is a QR code. Could you please scan that? The reason why, usually I'd say put your hand up, ask us pātai mai. But what we'd like to do is actually capture a lot of your questions, because these are things that we can use to think about for future conferences. We may not and we will not be able to answer them all, and we have some whānau online as well. So you've been if you can do that while I continue to talk, that would be great. We're only going to have probably 2 questions. You've been sitting in here for at least 2 hours and 15 minutes because you all got here early. Thank you. It was us, the organisers, that were running a bit late. But I just want to reflect on a couple of things here. Hinerangi, Shannon Te Huia was exactly where you are today. He did sit up here. We didn't know he didn't like public speaking. They said, can you come and have a kōrero about 10 years ago, like he said. So, you know, he was in the same shoes as you. And so, yeah, keep going. What all of this needs is collaboration, but also needs leadership. Doesn't matter where you're from or what you're up to. I do want to reflect on what Dr. Mike mentioned. So he spoke about Winston Churchill's quote. And I reflect on something Shane Solomon said to us once. With the river settlement, everyone expected water quality to be healed overnight. This is a long-term gain, hence why we have people like Mike and all of our NIWAs and all of our Crown Research Institutes and councils trying to help us figure out and collaborate all the things we're doing. How do we know we're going in the right direction? And Shane reminded us that our settlement, like all Māori, like all of our settlements who have got our taonga at the forefront of those negotiations, Shane said, we've only just pulled the handbrake on the train. We haven't even turned the train yet. And so we've got a long way to go. And so with all of your mahi and all this collaboration, hopefully we can turn that train around and head into the right direction. You might not recognise Sam because in the schedule that you've got there, that was about when he was 12. But Sam was one of those ones quite courageous. You know, he didn't know many people here, but he came and he knew something had to be done. He knew something wasn't working well with Fonterra, and he reached out and he found the right people, I suppose, to talk to. So I'm not going to talk too much more, really just to say that we've got Michelle over here, and we're going to have a couple of questions from Michelle. Like I said, you've been in there for about 2 hours and 15 minutes. I don't want to be the barrier between the kai. Michelle, do we have some papai?
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Michelle Hodges tōku ingoa. I'm monitoring the Slido today, so I'm just looking. We've got a few questions with a few thumbs up next to them. So the first question for Punu, are the training opportunities you mentioned available to others in restoration?
Yep, that's why we made them. Want to share them. There's a couple of ways to deliver it, whether we can have some kaimahi come out and share them wherever you are, or you can come through our training program via, if there's whānau out there that registered with MSD, they can come through that way, or Waikato Tainui sponsored one of the trainers this year. So happy to share resources.
I think we've got another question directed at you, Shannon. How are farmers receptive to change now versus 10 years ago?
Yeah, that's a good question. Very receptive, but I think in part because of the co-funding element. I think it'll be another story because 10 years ago, like, they had to front up 100% of the cost.
Kind of a related question here for Sam. Did Fonterra match the funding or go for direct funding?
We put in a percentage of the project based on our memorandum of understanding with Tūranga Waewae Trust Board, but part of that funding, as I showed through some of the other projects, has been put into planting other parts of the farm. But we have a bucket set aside every year for the foreseeable future to keep chipping away.
Okay, question for, I think any of you could probably answer this one. How are you protecting the new plantings from grazing and pest species, deer, wallabies, rabbits, etc.?
We'll start with Hinerangi the experts. Rangi and Shannon.
Thank you so much for that. Well, we have a fence. Keep in mind, this is like phase 1.1 of a 100-year plan. And right now I've got Kathy from Bush to Burbs going, hey, I haven't caught up with you yet. So pests is definitely in the, and we're probably not the experts to be giving you some flash details about that one. But we don't have wallabies, thankfully, or deer, because we would have eaten them by now. Sorry, I thought it was moving.
So we had the fence, but we didn't have the power going, and that was a key learning in terms of the share milker staff.
Okay.
Make sure that bloody power's on, because those cows do some damage. So.
Yeah, for us it's been good fences and making sure that landowner has skin in the game. Next one, we've struggled with pūkeko, so we've just gone to a bigger grade, so they can't pull the trees out. They normally hammer the whanake. And any other pest species, I think there's the hare, but yeah, you kind of need to be on site to bowl them. But what we've done at PRC is we grow way more plants than kind of we need, and then what we do is we'll go through all of our plantings and then just replace them. But just note what species that they're hammering and replace it with a different one.
I'll just jump in a little bit here. So I've been asked to go for another 5 minutes. So I think this is where collaboration is important, because the treaty settlement, you heard Mike speak about the independent scoping study. Said basically for the next 30 years you need $4 billion. The treaty settlement was $210 million. So it's 5% of exactly what, of what was needed. Then that was just to turn the curve. And so the iwi, Waikato Tainui and the Upper River iwi and Te Nehinehi Nui said, hey, we've got to put this funding into places that are not the responsibilities of others. So pests is one of those. We don't fund koikat removal. We might help with a few of the events, but it's not our responsibility. It's for other agencies to look after those things like pests. We'll do as much as we can to make sure that the plants are being protected, that they continue to get to a place where they can look after themselves, but general pest eradication is a responsibility of others. And that's the same with other things that we're working on. Any more pate?
We've got one a little bit different about monitoring approaches. So Shannon, what monitoring approaches are you using or investigating for use for Puni River?
eDNA, use that one. We got some SMAC kits donated from Raukawa, which has been good, learning how to use those. Very practical way on how to get people involved and more educational. But in terms of longer term monitoring, they're too, that you can't do them enough. Remote monitoring, so the adroit systems where they've got sensors in the water measuring stuff. And we've got, there's some photo point monitoring from NIWA. But yeah, what I would suggest is if you're interested in the adroit stuff, come and talk to me, email me. If you're interested in the NIWA monitoring solutions, talk to Uncle Nekati over here from NIWA. And then, yeah, I think eDNA, a lot of the whānau should be aware of that through the testing of the koi, of the clams at the moment. So I think that's pretty cool because it tells you, you know, what's in the water upstream. You not only can get an indication of some of the bad things, but also some of the good things and trying to increase the presence of those good things. So yeah, highly recommend the eDNA monitoring stuff.
Do any of our other whānau up here want to mention anything? Cultural health indicators, or you know, some of the indicators that whānau are looking at for monitoring the improvement of health?
I'd just say, Julia, I mean, the great work, and there's so many different catchment groups out there that are getting engaged in that monitoring work. It's amazing how just, you know, like you mentioned the SMAC kit, Shannon, so the Stream Health Monitoring Assessment Kit, very simple kit that was developed by NIWA quite a few years ago. It's amazing how they can really help with engagement and getting people a little bit that understanding of what's living in their waterway. And when people start to understand what's living there, they are much more likely to want to protect and restore it. Often people will think of the waterway as just, well, that's a drain, or that's, there's nothing living there. But actually, when you actually go in there and look at things, every waterway has life.
Good, Mike. Just got the text. Morning tea's ready. Before we send you out to have a kai, today is all about, you'll see in the schedule there is about river restoration practitioners. And so when we think back about when we first started working for the tribe and working on the settlement negotiations, when we went out to Pohara, actually, we were talking, Rahui Papa stood up and he spoke about our pepeha. Ko taupiri te maunga, ko Waikato te awa, ko pōtatau te tangata. He piko he tani wha, he piko he tani wha, Waikato tani wharau. Waikato horo paunamu. And what he meant was, in 1975, that all of those things that make me up as a Waikato boy, a Ngāti Makirangi boy, is reflected in that pepeha. During confiscation, the invasion, these things were taken away and those responsibilities were taken from us to look after our awa, to uphold the mana of our king, and to protect our most sacred maunga. Well, in 1975, we had the maunga returned. In 1995, we had the Raupatu settlement resolved, and 3% of the lands that were returned back to our tribe, of the 1.2 million confiscated, was put in the name of Pōtatau Te Wherowhero. So that kind of jigsaw that creates me as a Waikato boy was starting to be fulfilled. And in 2010, we had the river settlement. So what's the next challenge? It's exactly everything they're doing here. He piko he taniwha. At every bend, we do have communities, and we need to lift up those communities to create what they want. So yeah, we have chiefs, probably have too many chiefs, Waikato tani wharau, but at every bend we have a community. And what I ask you to think about is what the river has created, more so than what's going into her. Sit in her and see what she's created, because she's the only reason we have the region and the catchment we do today. So what we're seeing here and what you'll see today is the creation of those taniwha at every community and at every bend. And then Waikato horo paunamu, the devourers of challenges. So we have challenges coming towards us, and they generally come out of Wellington. Thankfully, I better not say too much, I have a government contract. And what the beauty we have here, and we're very fortunate in the Waikato, especially for our awa, is we have one of the strongest policy instruments in the country that can deter some of those flip-flop policy changes that happen every 3 years. And you'll hear more about that tomorrow. But today is all about creating those taniwha at every bend. So it's time for our kai. First one out there, if you can bless our kai, that would be great. Ka pai. Kia ora. So we have... Oh, aroha mai. No, nei. We just have some taonga for our speakers. Sorry, we can't count. I didn't have my 5-year-old son here to help. Yeah. So, yeah, just a small taonga, and Stu, just like to... Yeah, we've got 2 more coming. Yeah, 2 more coming, so thank you. We'll make our way down then. Go around the front. Go over there, Stu. Go to the front here. Here they come. Oh, bless our kai. Kia ora. All right, whānau, let's go and have some kai and keep...
And my first year in here, we didn't get past the agenda. That's how robust the conversations can be from time to time. Heoi, yep, so those are the marae that are in front of you right now. Ngā marae o Waikato, ke roto i tō tātou nā whare. Is that everybody? I just looked to the left, we did this exercise earlier, just make sure the same person is next to you and to your right, and if they are, then we know that everybody is here. If they haven't, then just put your hand up and let me know that that person hasn't arrived back yet. I know, we've got a few coming in. Ka pai. Now, I just picked up a little bit of a kōrero that happened just before we broke for morning tea around wallabies here in Aotearoa, and that's a bit of a problem. If you have a problem with wallabies in your area, it's all right. Just give Eddie Jones a call. Okay, he'll take care of the problem. Completely eradicate them from your area, all right? It's currently in Japan, so good luck to our Japanese, our whanaunga over there. All right, ka kore tōrua hi anga kōrero nauma hoki mai tātou, ka tahuri ake ki a tātou kai kōrero I tēnei wahanga o tō tātou hui. And we'll move straight into our next speaker for this morning leading into this afternoon. Ka pai, nau mai, ko tēnei o ngā whae o tātou, is the Waipa and West Coast Zone Manager for Waikato Regional Council, where she oversees the delivery of Council's catchment management program for these areas. Prior to this, she worked for more than 25 years in the catchment and conservation management with roles in local and central government and with the Waikato River Authority. She was lead author on the Waikato and Waipa River Restoration Strategy. Homai te Pakipaki, Catchment Scale Erosion Control, Kerry Nielsen. Ngā mihi.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kerry Nielsen, tōku ingoa. As introduced, for the last 3 years I've been the Zone Manager for Regional Council in the Waipa and West Coast zones, but I've also lived for most of my 50 plus years in the Waipa zone, so it's a place that's also very dear to my heart. So just a quick overview of the Waipa zone. Most of you are probably reasonably familiar with it. It's just over 300,000 hectares in size, so it's a large watershed with almost 5,000 kilometres of waterways. It's characterised by erosion-prone soils and high sediment loads to waterways. And this is predominantly caused by mass movement of hill slopes and streambank erosion. So the zone goes from the headwaters at Piki Piki Springs down to the confluence of the Waipa main stem with the Waikato River at Ngā Ruawahia. Just want to talk about this as a precursor to the Waipa Catchment Plan project. The history of land clearance in the catchment, like most of the country, the Waipa has a long history of vegetation clearance beginning right back in the early 1800s, but particularly in the 1960s to 1980s, the government provided major incentives to clear marginal land through incentive programs where landowners got up to 100% of the cost of clearing land in a bid to increase sheep and beef production. And so land that wasn't really well suited for pastoral use was cleared, and there was a big push for it in the Waikato, and approval for clearance was widespread. And now the landowners who have those properties and the communities within the catchment are dealing with the legacy of those decisions. So that's left us with a catchment with lots of issues, and these certainly aren't all of them, but particularly relevant to this talk is the vulnerability of the catchment and its soils to erosion. The river water quality, so the middle photo there is where the Awa meets the Waikato River. And the Waipa River is the largest contributor as a tributary of sediment to the lower Waikato River. So this isn't just about improving the Waipa Awa, it's about the lower Waikato health as well. And then also, as we've heard from the amazing speakers we've already had, the loss of mauri of the river and the connection and access for iwi to their awa has been impacted by all of these historic activities. Just want to briefly talk about this scheme because for the Waipa Catchment Plan project, it was a bit of an inspiration. The Waitomo Catchment Scheme that really was kicked off in the 80s and 90s because the caves were at threat from sedimentation from the upper catchment, major tourism asset for the area, but also hugely significant for many other reasons. And the Waitomo Land Care Group initiated this project along with iwi to try and save the caves. And incentives were offered at 75 to 100% of the capital costs of hill country erosion works to landowners. And by 2014, 118 kilometres of fencing had been done and more than 1,200 hectares of land retired. And importantly, the monitoring showed that there was a 40% reduction in suspended sediment in the Waitomo stream over this time. So this showed us it could actually be done. It was on a smaller scale, but it provided us with inspiration that something measurable was possible. At the time that we initiated the Waipa Catchment Plan project, Council had a couple of incentivised programs. Clean Streams, which you may have had some experience with, which was really around behaviour change regarding stock access to waterways. There was a 35% grant to landowners who would exclude stock from waterways for native planting and also for water reticulation. That fences were often quite minimal and quite close to the waterways, but it did its job in its time. We also had Project Watershed, which is still ongoing, which has, it's a catchment-based approach to flood control, soil conservation and river management that also has a 35% grant for land management activities and a 50% grant for river management activities. But what we knew at the time is that 35% wasn't enough to get the kind of change that we wanted to facilitate progress towards the vision and strategy. We were still left with major problems like this, mass erosion, huge amounts of sediment entering the rivers. So the Waipa Catchment Plan inception came about around 2012, 2013 with a really strong drive from Waipa iwi and the Catchment Advisory Committee, which had those iwi representatives and landowner representatives as part of it, for council to have greater investment in the catchment. And there was a real desire to see us base our management decisions on cost-benefit analysis. At the similar time, we'd had an independent review of our sustainable land management programs, which highlighted that there was a lack of demonstrable benefits from our existing program. Recently, at that time, Waikato Regional Council had a soil scientist and a spatial analyst, Reese Hill and Dan Borman, who'd completed a Waipa prioritisation spatial modelling program, which I'll talk about briefly, which could inform this cost-benefit-based approach. And also the Catchment Advisory Committee saw real potential to leverage co-funding from Waikato River Authority and central government if council was prepared to put more investment into this program. At the time of the Waipa Catchment Plan inception, the council's investment was around about $300,000 a year for the whole zone. So I won't go into detail about this, it could be a presentation of its own, but essentially the spatial modelling exercise looked at areas of risk and opportunity within the catchment, looking at all of the spatial layers that we could draw together to identify areas where if we did management, gold standard management mitigations, we could see change. So things like the type and location of erosion, the modelled settlement yield from subcatchments, where there was high class LUC land in areas of pasture that wasn't really suitable for that use. And so this was all brought together to create an estimate of sediment yield by all of the little subcatchments, the watersheds within the catchment. And then we identified best practice mitigations that you would incentivise. So this wasn't about regulatory actions, this was about incentivised actions. These were costed and then applied to the model, and priority catchments were selected where the greatest reductions in sediment to waterways were predicted to be from applying those mitigations. And so that helped to feed the goals of the Waipa Catchment Plan. There are several, more than what are here, but three that have really driven this program were around land use matching capability and erosion and sedimentation being reduced to give effect to Te Ture Whai Mana o Te Awa o Waikato. That water would be of a swimmable quality and visibly clearer at the confluence with the Waikato River, and that co-management partners and stakeholders are working together collaboratively. Can't not mention that partway through implementation of the plan, the Waikato Waipa River Restoration Strategy was produced. The same models were updated and priorities refined through that process in 2018. And then Council's Waipa Catchment Plan implementation project has been aligned to those revised priorities. We'd focused a lot on soil conservation and river management, and incorporating fish habitat and iwi priorities and capacity building into that. There are a lot of other entities doing really great riparian management, and we've heard from some of them already. So we haven't so much focused on riparian and wetland restoration in our delivery. So we first applied for funding for Waipa Catchment Plan implementation in 2014, and the intended funding share was a 35% contribution from Council, our standard contribution, 35% from the River Authority, and then 30% from landowners and other funders, of which MPI has been a major part of. We identified 2 priority 1 catchments for focus, that was the Kaniwhaniwha and the Moakururua. And since this time, important to note, there's several other priority 2 catchments and rivers as well, but our priority is on the Kaniwhaniwha and the Moa. Since 2014, a total of $12.5 million has been invested into the program, and the Waikato River Authority has invested $4.6 million of this. So just going to flick through a few before and afters, because I know everyone likes them. But essentially, so this is one of the gullies in the Kaniwhaniwha, 5 years into its program, but just sort of demonstrating we utilised the model from the restoration strategy around planting, and it's been very successful in establishing native plants at that site. One of the places we've worked along the Kaniwhaniwha stream to enhance or stabilise banks through retirement, but also enhance shading and potential fish habitat through woody matter and debris into the river. This is a hill country retirement in the Moakururua. So this was 36 hectares retired from pastoral farming into manuka afforestation. It's now looking even more fantastic. And also in the Moakururua, just another example of a critical source area where there was previously lots of pugging, stock access, now retired and fully vegetated with native plants. River management's been a big part of the program because river erosion is such a large contributor to sediment in the Waipa. You can see here on the left, the Turatia stream, which is a tributary to the Moakururua. Large mass bank erosion there from unvegetated banks and the river cutting in. And so in this example, we've used small rock groins to stabilise the bank and redirect the flow. Often we'll use vegetation groins, which will also accumulate sediment and help build the bank back up again. But also trying to avoid that kind of bank slumping and bank loss, we've been using gradient control structures in the bed to reduce bed degradation that happens because rivers have been historically straightened. Degradation causes slumping. So these are put in place, made of rock, and they're also designed to provide habitat diversity for fish, creating some run, riffle, pool habitat and enable easy fish passage for our native species. So over the program, which has been around, I said 10 years, but it's basically 9 years, here's some of the outputs. So almost 500,000 mixed natives have been planted in riparian areas, 300 kilometres of fencing, 1,700 hectares have been retired, of which 700 have been afforested. Poplar and willow poles, 15,000 of those, they stabilise hill country that's at risk of mass movement, quick rooting and absorbing of water that's in those areas, and more than 300 river erosion control structures. In our priority 1 catchments, up here on the left is the Moakururua catchment and the right is the Kaniwhaniwha. And this shows the sort of coverage that we've had in these catchments in terms of working with the landowners. The green area is conservation estate, and the coloured areas represent the time period we've worked with those landowners. But essentially you can see we're getting quite good coverage now, and it has taken a long time to build these relationships, and we by all means have not done all the work we would like to see done on these properties, but over the 10 years, it's been a slow burn with some of the landowners, both financially and philosophically, to make the changes on property, and that is ongoing, and really need to acknowledge the River Authority for continuing to support the program to enable this slow change to happen. But we've worked with 50 to 60 landowners in each of those catchments now, And we think it's a strength of the program to have council as an umbrella organisation in this instance, because that would be a lot of projects for the Waikato River Authority to manage if they were individual landowner projects. So how have things changed? Well, here's a quick Google Earth rip-off. This is the Oamaru stream, which is a tributary of the Moakururua in 2012 and 2021. You can see extends into the main stem now. Quite devegetated in 2021, unstable, exposed, raw banks. Now, by working for multiple different landowners, almost the entire length is vegetated, and we're getting some hill country revegetation as well. So that doesn't happen overnight, and Shannon talked about it as well, the slow change over time. That's been 9 years and still a drop in the ocean for the whole catchment. A really important part of the project has been the supporting capacity building, and that's been our commitment to our iwi partners as well as the authority when they have generously funded us. And we're doing that through an undertaking to engage iwi enterprises where available to undertake the work. We have approved iwi providers, some of who are here today, who can be engaged automatically up to a certain amount. We also weight the procurement for enterprises that employ iwi Māori to undertake work. We've taken an iwi student intern each year for 3 months over summer to work on the project, and that's a student who whakapapas to either Waikato Tainui or Maniapoto. And several of those have actually gone on to full-time jobs in council. Some of them are here today, and I won't mention who they are, they might be embarrassed. But like Shannon pointed out, it's not just about engaging iwi as contractors for the work, it's about iwi leading the projects that are important to them as well. So as a part of the broader project, we've supported iwi-led projects financially and technically as well. It's not about just us doing the work. And I remember actually Erina saying to me when we were working on the restoration strategy several years ago that achieving the vision and strategy wasn't just about achieving the outcomes for the river, it was about who was doing the work. And it really stuck with me, and it's been really important to ensure that staff are advocating to council about how important it is to continue to support the iwi-led projects in the catchment. We really value our partnership with Puni River Care and our new partnerships we're getting with Waiora River Care and others to share the load of what is a huge undertaking. I know I'm getting short on time, but in terms of monitoring, we do have monitoring set up. This is designed to measure long-term change in the catchments. We have sediment monitoring at the bottom of both the Moakururua and the Kaniwhanawha catchment that's ongoing, and we expect that it will need about 10 years before we can start to say anything about trends. Mike's probably thinking more like 20, but yeah, we've only had it for 6 so far. We survey riparian characteristics every 4 years, which is someone out on the ground and sometimes our students looking at the amount of fencing, stock access, bank erosion, buffer widths in the catchments. We take sediment snapshots during high and low flows. There wasn't a lot of high flows in the last couple of years. There was almost no low flows this year. And we're measuring soil stability using aerial imagery. So there's been 500 randomly selected 1 hectare sites in each catchment, and an visual assessment of active erosion is undertaken. So there's been 2012, 2017, and 2023 has just become available. I don't have time to talk about the monitoring now. I wouldn't want to get excited, because I did when I saw some of the Kaniwhanawha results, but I know that the sediment monitoring will have taken a big hit once we bring in this year's results because of the huge amount of rain we've had in the catchment, so sediment will be up again. But one good piece of news that we had was, in terms of the Kaniwhanawha, the last riparian characteristics survey last year, which results from everyone's works, not just councils, landowners, everyone working in the catchment. The length of fenced stream bank had increased from 49% in 2017 to 65% in 2022. And approximately 85% of the surveyed bank length was stable with no evidence of erosion. And that has been a decrease over time in terms of the amount of eroding bank. It's not yet statistically significant, but it's something that we're really happy to see. And most of the lower catchment streams that are in dairy, 95% are now fenced, excluded from stock. So upcoming work, we've just received a further 3 years funding, which we're hugely grateful for from the authority. We're going to continue to focus on priority catchments, and we're looking to integrate our incentivised programs with freshwater farm plans, whatever that is now going to look like under the new government. Thank goodness for Te Ture Whaimana is all I can say for the Waikato. And just really want to acknowledge our funders and also our iwi partners for their ongoing support of this project, and look forward to maybe when I'm 60 coming back and saying things are starting to look better. So.
Tēnā koe, Kiri, me au mahi. E tika ana te kōrero ki te kotahi, te kākaho, ka whati, ki te kāpuia e kore e whati, and working together and collaborating together. If one reader will snap, but if there's many, it's unbreakable. So thank you for your partnerships with everybody and making sure that everybody's projects get up off the ground. And also, mahi, I'm looking forward to one day visiting the Kāniwhaniwha stream. It's where my tupuna whawhākea was born before moving into the Waikato. So one day I hope to get there and check out that stream. Here we're talking about together. I want everybody to put their hands up together like this. Ka pai. Now, apparently that's sign language for together and being strong. I got that from watching Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Ape, strong, together. Yes. Have my kids do that for ages as well. Good movie, by the way, good movie. I was just scrolling through Netflix and came across that and learned some new sign language. Ka pai. Thank you, Caesar, and to all that whānau. There's all Julian's cousins, by the way. All right, let's introduce our next speaker. Michelle is a skilled environment professional with significant experience in project managing large-scale wetland restoration activities and scientific studies. For the past 5 years, Michelle has helped coordinate freshwater biosecurity activities for pest fish in the Waikato region and as a workstream lead for the koi management program. Homai te paki, Michelle Archer.
Kia ora everyone. Ko taupiri te maunga, ko matahuru te awa, ko Waikari te roto, ko Ked te whānau, ko Michelle Archer tōku ingoa. It's really funny hearing you guys all at the start because there's so many of us from Huntly, and I think it's just we all grow up in that area and maybe learn to love our awa, and that's why we've all ended up here. And I also jumped off the rail bridge in Huntly when I was a teenager as well. I can't believe that I did that. And also when I grew up, koi were not in my awa. So, you know, that's really important to me. They are there. They're right up to the swimming hole in Matahuru. So if you know where that is, that's where they finish. So this role would not be possible without the Waikato Regional Council, Waikato River Authority, and Department of Conservation and Te Urua Waikato. So along with me, there's Amy McDonald, who's the project manager for the program, Nigel Binks in the front row there, workstream lead along with me. So I know a lot of you may know this, but why are they here? To us, these are an invasive species not native to us. So immediately we think we don't want them. But they've been spread as a result of intentional human interactions from coarse fishermen. So people grew up in other countries and enjoyed fishing these species, and so then they ended up here and liberated on purpose throughout our waterways. So there's also accidental releases, which I'll get to a bit later, which you all might be starting to understand check, clean, dry a bit more now. And so the other thing that is, you know, we've got a lot of different cultures in New Zealand now. So the Buddhist ritual of Fang Sheng, the life release to nature, is also a big one for us. So red ear slider turtles, for example, are ones that are often released mostly in Western Springs in Auckland. You know, just because we don't value these animals, other people do for other reasons. So, and I think we have to recognise the importance of these. They are living things, but we don't really want them in our river. So the koi management program, so in 2021, Kerry Bodman and myself, we already had a little bit of funding from the Waikato Regional Council, so we thought, let's get more. And so we came together in 2021 for an application to the WRA. So we were successful. And yeah, so at the time, obviously collaborative project, we've got our project partners, but our priorities were a little bit different back then, but it was kind of understanding koi numbers, because our last accurate count of koi was undertaken by Brendan et al. In like early 2000s. So things have changed since then, so it'd be good to build that understanding. And also starting to think about, we all know that certain times of the year they come together to spawn or move up and down rivers, so how could we target them? We have pivoted a little bit since that, but that sounds like it's life for all of us in the environmental space. So the koi management program is focused on, I guess, 6 work streams. High priority infrastructure, so you'll be aware there are barriers and things that can be built in rivers to stop koi spreading, so we're looking at them. There's operational support for community projects or groups out there who may want to look at koi projects. Te Urua Waikato is governance and technical support, and then we've got targeted programs, advocacy, some aggregations and surveillance, and there's also future pathways thrown in there just to add a lot more stuff. So as I said, was originally focused on aggregations, but we've had to pivot a little bit. But just so in case you don't know, this is my real cool drawing I did. So back in 1991, there was recognised that there's very visible fish, because it is visible compared to any of the other ones, because they're big and orange and they love to gulp for air at the top surface. So they gazetted an area in 1990. That was it, that red area. In reality, that other picture over there is actually where they are. So, you know, they've far exceeded the containment zone, and they're fully in the Waiho, Piako, up in Northland and Karapiro and Waipa River. But it's not all bad news, eh? We do have koi-free lakes and areas in the Waikato. Obviously, we've got some of our gems at the top there, just because they're beautiful and I just like to talk about them. But, you know, there's other ones closer to home here where they actually aren't. So even over in Horsham Downs, there's a few lakes there that they haven't actually got to, and that's primarily thanks to the rail bridge at Taupiri. Created a barrier probably, and they couldn't get up there. So things like that we you know, it's kind of working in a balance, so I'll get to that. But so these are examples of interventions that are currently in place around the region. So we like to, I guess the focus is on things called selective barriers. So Puketarini Stream and Lake Kainui are kind of selective. So allow the climbing fish, natives, to get past, but not the baddie, koi, perch, rudd, etc. And so Lake Ariari and Lake Ohiniwai have a similar one to the one you see there, which is a one-way barrier where they can get out, but the big ones can't get back, which isn't, you know, it's kind of a ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, to be honest, because the babies can still get up there, but I guess it stops those big ones just initially going there. So what ones am I working on? I've recently, well, not recently, in the last year, I'm pretty certain that the Mangaonoa catchment is koi-free. So that comes into Hamilton City at Hillcrest, Riverlea, sorry. So last week we just completed 48 eDNA samples around the whole catchment, trying to prove that that's koi-free. And that's purely because of the Wakakotahi culvert at Dreadnought Pool, which is letting climbing fish pass. So it's got lots of tuna, redfin bullies, things like that, but not pest fish, maybe goldfish. But yeah, so watch this space. That's 250 kilometres of stream right here that potentially doesn't have koi. So pretty exciting for me. And we're also looking at Wairoto Iti, next to Wairoto, more commonly maybe known as Ngāroto. There's looking at potentially building a selective barrier there. Back a few years ago, Wairoto Iti dried out and became koi-free. And we all know it's La Nino, whichever one it is. Not hopefully, it may be a drought this year. And so we're trying to build a structure in anticipation of a future drought. So community projects, very important. This year we started Check Clean Dry at Lake Karapiro. 5 months later they found gold clam. So this year, before that happened, we attended all of those events talking about koi, because koi were discovered in Lake Karapiro in 2019, which was quite devastating, but I immediately thought there's so many watercraft people use that lake. We need to educate people about cleaning before they move back to their own waterways. So, there was 13,800 competitors and over 25,000 spectators who would have heard that message, but I'm sure now there's a lot more people know that message. Te Reo Waikato are part of the program on our governance. They undertake fishing in Lake Waikare as well and have some processing stuff that they're doing with koi, but I won't talk about that because that's their mahi. But yeah, talk to them if you want to learn out a bit more about that. But yeah, we've used them for some of our biomass trials, and yeah, we're talking to them all the time as well. So what we have done in regards to some science is some biomass trials at Lake Waihi. So it's, I don't know if you can see it, but those little circles are koi that you can see. So that's just a shot from Waihi, and you can see how visible they are. And that, so it's actually, you're not seeing the ones under the water because the clarity in the water is about 20 centimetres. However, it's a one way to give us a snapshot of what's actually happening. So that was us catching using the university's boat. So we've continued this drone videography in Waihi, Whangape and Rotonauro. Just continuing advocacy with everyone out there. Sorry, I know I'm rushing, but I've got to get to the point. So aggregations and surveillance, we know where a lot of the areas have congregated. Like, I've taken information from a lot of people in this room, have provided advice to me. And at the moment, we're not doing any fishing, although that was the aim at the start. I'll get to why not in a minute. So we're continuing to understand where they are and aren't through our eDNA work. We've also got a master's student who's completing eDNA detection research as well. So our pathways work is we're kind of just starting to reinvigorate these conversations. So it could include looking at legislation. I guess I wrote down, fishing within the containment zone requires a permit from DOC, and outside it's MFish. So there's a disconnect in the rules, so it creates confusion for people who are out there and want to catch them. So it's just some little things like that make it quite hard. How do we solve this problem? It's a pretty big problem, and what's the cost of that? We know we've got information from Australia on what they've tried to do in Tasmania and what they're trying to do with the virus and the Murray-Darling, but yeah, it's quite a lot. So I just thought I'd bring some, just as really to start conversations with people out there. It's really hard because koi species management is difficult. It's hard to see your outcomes, and people naturally get a bit beaten down. I know some people in this room have been in that role, and it is hard, and it's just the nature of biosecurity, I've found. So maybe we need some counselling from biosecurity. So keeping engagement with people and staff to keep their enthusiasm is important. And I guess it's like focusing in on the areas where we can make a difference, and that's why understanding some of the science and how we may count them using drones, or how we could build a barrier here to continue to keep them out of a specific important lake is really important. So yeah, obviously we wanted to do fishing. When Kerry and I first put this application in, we were very ambitious. Let's fish out the aggregations of koi, but the reality is that there's the little availability of people to fish. And there's probably people in this room who are familiar with how to fish and are confident in doing that, but from an industry council doc perspective, that's a high-risk activity, working on water. So there's a kind of disconnect from health and safety requirements, which makes it difficult for me to contract someone to do some work. So, you know, the costs of competencies and insurance is a barrier for iwi to do some of this at times. So, you know, it's not a new thing, but it's just a different perspective. We have this in riparian planting as well, but, you know, it's how do we build mana of people and get that work done. They're difficult to catch. Ask anyone who's tried to catch them. They're clever. And as soon as you try to shoot one with a bow, they don't come back. And, you know, we've only eradicated them in small isolated ponds in New Zealand, and there's no solution worldwide yet for large-scale eradication. So that's important to bear in mind. And I guess we've learned that once fishing starts, you need to keep going forever. But hey, there are challenges, but there's also opportunities. So everyone is engaged in this and wants to talk to me about it. I've been the koi lady for over 5 years now. what a role. And it's, you know, it can be really rewarding because I get to talk to so many amazing people who are passionate. So yeah, and we've still got opportunity, as I mentioned, waterways where they aren't, and ensuring they don't get there. So you saw some of the names of the lakes that they are not at. Let's keep it that way by keeping talking. And if you see them somewhere weird that you've never really seen them, can you let the koi lady know, please? So we've only got 1 year remaining. So we're kind of focusing on the infrastructure things and our advocacy. But in the last couple of weeks, actually, I've been liaising with Waikato Regional Council Enviro Schools. I've met with House of Science and talking about how we actually bring it, knowledge of freshwater biosecurity, and use koi as an example into our schools and to our children, because I got engaged with science when I was 7 years old. So, you know, how do we keep bringing that spark to our tamariki? And, you know, is there a change of legislation required so that it's actually easier for people in the Waikato to harvest fish? So, yeah, they're everywhere. It's not feasible for wide-scale management. I know we'd all want that, but right now, not possible. But, you know, there are places that we can make a difference, and we are. So that's what's important. So please, I'll be here the rest of the today. So if you have any amazing ideas relevant to koi, please come see me. My details are there as well. Oh, sorry, I need some water. Kia ora. Thank you very much.
Ngā mihi, Michelle. I suppose, yeah, they are smart fish. It's probably in the name, right? Because koi in Māori means sharp, so they're probably clever things. I did see a video on YouTube talking about this machine that they had, I think it was at Lake Whangape, where the machine actually separated the koi from the other fish and then killed the fish and then turned it into fertilizer that they use to fertilize the replanting at that place. And then I went down to another lake and I saw some of the fish and chip owners fishing for koi carp, maybe suspicious of the old snapper that was on the menu there. They must have been really sharp because about a couple of weeks later the snapper was off the menu. Anyway, our next speaker, Hara Maida, Tēnei o ngā tangata is a land and water management specialist with tribal research, wāhi tapu site management processes, and mātauranga Māori integration in land, freshwater policy experience. His work includes the design and development of mātauranga Raukawa freshwater management framework, process development and implementation of cultural sites, landscape management within policy. Anō Raukawa, Ngāti Huri, Ngāti Kirihika, Ngāti Wehi Wehi Homai Te Pakipake Nau Mai, Anaru Big Big.
Tēnā tātou i te whare, he honore he kloria ki a tātua, he maunga rongo ki te matua te whenua, he whakaaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Kia tau i huai, ngā manaakitanga i te runga rawa, ki runga i o tātou tani whahukuroa, pō te tau te whero te tuawhitu, me te whare o te kāhui āreki nui tonu, i re hau, pai maarire. Huri no ki ngā mate o te motu, ngā mate mo ēnei marae, mo ērā marae. Ko rātou katoa i tere nei o au kuku meo aitua, ko te rangi i te tine me te mano moi mai rākoutou katoa. Nō reira rātou, te hunga wairua kia rātou, tātou te hunga kia tātou. Tēnā koutou katoa. Tērā taku waka a tainu e aki nei, e ngā tai ka ū ki uta. Ka pikiti atu i ngā panākitanga ki te tihi tapu o whare pūhunga. Ka mātai whakairo ki ngā waitū hono o Waikato i repo ake nei. Ki tōku whenua taurikura, ki te wao tūtahi o ngā rākau, ki piki tūmarai. E ko tainui, e ko Raukawa, e ko Ngāti Huri, e tūake nei, ti hei Mauriora. Nō reire te whānau nōku te whiwhi e mihi atu ki au koutou, ngā ringa raupū, ngā kaitiaki o tātou taia, o tātou awa, e mihi mai oha a Raukawa ki au koutou katoa. There's been some flash presenters already. Not sure what Sam was on about keeping the bar low, because I've got up here and I can't even see the bar. So, anyway, we'll have a crack. And just to acknowledge the mahi that those presenters and everybody is doing in this space. My presentation is going to take a little bit of a different spin to what's been shared previously. And in the spirit of disclaimers, after listening to all those flash presenters, I've made the executive decision to park my rather sterile presentation and largely wing this one. So bear with me if I go kiwiwi kiwawa. And if my time starts looking a bit hairy, somebody just raise the eyebrows. So, oh boy. Mi o mātou mahi e waipapa ki arapuni wāhi ahurei. So this project is looking at our cultural landscape mapping for Raukawa. It's looking at revitalising the connection of our people back to our awa, back to our wāhi tapu, and building that relationship. Our Raukawa tahiwa, we'll give a skip on that one. We know where we are, the local landscape. Obviously, some significant challenges like most of our river iwi. Over the last 200 years, we've been faced with some major challenges in terms of our tai au, our awa, and our relationship to those spaces. One of the major developments that has had a massive impact on us in Raukawa is the 8 hydro dams that now exist within our takiwa. This image here is of the Arapuni Falls, which now lies under Lake Arapuni. And to give you an idea of the scale of that, anei te tangata e tuake nei. So if you can see that man there, that's a person standing below the Arapuni Falls. That just provides some context of I guess, the changes that our taiao has experienced and our awa have experienced over the last 200 odd years. Fast forward to today, obviously, as River Iwi, we have our co-management agreements, the river settlements, the WRA, and so through those mechanisms we've been able to actively participate in our role as kaitiaki for the awa. Some of the presenters have already spoken quickly and briefly about the Waikato River Restoration Strategy. In 2016, ourselves, along with our River Iwi whanaunga, also participated in that space, and we went through and tried to identify our priorities as an iwi for the restoration of the Waikato River. I guess through that process, one of the things that became really evident for us was actually there's a massive gap for us. As a people, we had largely been locked out of our awa. The only access points we had were through public access points. Our wāhi tapu, which border and frame the Waikato River, all held in external ownership, and unless you were friendly with the farmer or that landowner, they were just dots on maps that we couldn't see or couldn't access. So, a little bit different to a lot of the other iwi who were able to go and identify specific projects, our priority was about how do we restore our relationship as a people back to our awa? How do we build that connection? We broke it up into a couple of themes. The relationship was the first one for us. It was paramount that for us to be able to do this mahi, we need to restore our connection. The second thing that was evident as well is that as a result of the many issues and many challenges we've faced, a lot of our mātauranga had been lost as well. And the shift for us was about reclaiming our mātauranga. Mātauranga āraukua. But it was also about looking at where we are today and the other knowledge sets that are available. How do we utilise those other knowledge sets to enhance our people, to build the capacity of our people, so we are able to become effective and efficient kaitiaki? So those were the two priority themes we came up with. Those wānanga were a really interesting space for us. And with the whānau coming together and sharing their aspirations for the awa, it was really really uplifting to hear them talk about their aspirations for the awa. So we knew the awa was still very important for us. We knew the connection was still really important for us. So our role was to try and to bridge that gap for our whānau. One of the ways we looked at, I touched on using other knowledge sets to help build the association and the relationship with our awa, and what does kaitiakitanga look like from a distance. If you can't access your wāhi tapu, if you can't access your awa, how do you be effective kaitiaki? And obviously through our JMAs, our river settlements, there's mechanisms within there that enable us to activate our kaitiakitanga from those sorts of spaces. One of the things we were exploring is cultural landscapes and the identification of our cultural landscape and the protection of that cultural landscape through district plans. Really interesting kōrero. And I'm going to read this. I thought I got pretty flashy, so. We had a number of wānanga with our whānau, and brought our kaumātua in, brought our people in. We explained to them, look, we're going to define this cultural landscape. The objective is to seek some protection measures through the district plans, with the hope that we can affect some best practice management on these landscapes. So the first issue was, what is a cultural landscape? And so at our first wānanga, the kōrero, my brief I shared with them was this: a cultural landscape is a living, breathing canvas that tells the story of human interaction with the environment. It is not just about the physical features of a place, but also the ways in which people have shaped and been shaped by that space over time. Think of it as a dynamic tapestry woven with the threads of history, tradition, and the everyday lives of the people who have called that landscape home. It is essentially a snapshot of the symbiotic relationship between humans and their surrounds. So I thought that was pretty flash. Hui, the looks on the kaumātua's face and the raised eyebrows told me otherwise. Yeah, lesson number one, don't get too flash. And so we had this wānanga with our kaumātua, and we had this whakawhiti kōrero, and at the end of it they said, so all you want to know is where we used to live, where we used to eat, where we used to sleep, where we used to fight, where we used to die, and where we're buried. I said, oh, yeah, okay, but I think mine's flashing, but hoi anō, that'll do, yep, ka pai. And so, through that process, they said to me, well, that's easy. Why do you need to define the extent of that? You just start at the tip of the North Island and you go all the way down to the bottom of the South Island. Tērā te your cultural landscape. You know, and e whakaaro pai tērā. Aotearoa is a cultural landscape. However, I guess for the purposes of my mahi, it didn't quite cut the mustard. So I had to flip the script a little bit. And rather than focus on the cultural landscape, we focused on the mātauranga that existed within that landscape. And we did that by attacking it in three different streams. The first was tangata. Who were the people who occupied this space? What were their connections to this place? What were their pūrākau? What were their stories? And what did those stories tell us about them? And not only them, but the landscape that they lived in that time. What are some of the knowledge and mātauranga that existed in those spaces? And it was a really interesting kōrero, because at the start of our wānanga, when we started the process, when we spoke to our kaumātua, a lot of blank faces, and they said, oh, yeah, no, we didn't really occupy those spaces. But through that kōrero and through that whakaaro, we were able to unpick that actually they did have a lot of kōrero for those spaces. They were able to identify kaumātua and tūpuna who were in those spaces. And so there was a real richness and a real sense of understanding and belonging that come through that process. The next area we looked at was whenua. What are the stories that the land can tell us? He nui ngā korohuna I roto te whenua. So there are lots of hidden gems within the whenua that can tell us so much about who we are as a people. The Waipapa ki Arapuni wāhi ahurei, 14 kilometres stretch of awa, 14 pā sites. That's not including the many wāhi tapu that exist within those spaces, but there's 14 pā sites. One, we know it's populated. It was a populated area, heavily populated area. The other thing that was really interesting about that process too was we utilised the ML plans. And we utilised ML plans to help, one, identify where wāhi tapu were, but also to unpick some of the names. And again, he nui ngā korohuna I roto te ingoa o ngā wāhi tapu. So there was so much in those names and so much that we were able to glean from those names. So that in itself, again, was a really exciting process for our whānau moving through this project. And, you know, those wānanga became a place of real interest for our whānau. They really wanted to be involved in those kōrero. Again, just an image of some of the email plans we used. Our wāhi tapu, our whenua along the Waikato River. So we were able to go and visit about 10 of our wāhi tapu. We were able to get access to 10 of those sites. And, you know, our wāhi tapu are more than just pā sites. They are our classrooms, they are our urupā, they are our connection to the whenua, and every time we visited those sites, the amount of kōrero and the richness of their kōrero was just amazing. And I compare the wānanga we had on those wāhi tapu to the wānanga when we had I roto te tari, so in the offices, and they aren't comparable. The amount you can glean from standing on the whenua, feeling that breeze, smelling that air, although sometimes it was full of kautiro, but you know, there is a real richness to be able to stand on your whenua, share that kōrero of the tupuna who occupied those spaces and connect with it. So, yeah, that was again another highlight for me in this process. And the third and final piece to the puzzle was the awa. So we know what the awa looks like now. So from a once vibrant, free-flowing river system to a pretty stagnant, slow-moving network of lakes. But what would it have looked like for our tupuna? What were some of the challenges and difficulties our tupuna faced with the awa? Where were the places they fished? Where were the places they crossed? Where were the places they interacted in? And again, there was a real richness in sharing some of those kōrero that we were able to learn from. One of the things we tried to do in the process was to pull on the imagination of our whānau. How do we use some of the technology we have available to us today to ignite a passion, to build a relationship and build a connection to these places? If you can't get to the awa, or we can't get to these pā sites, how do you build that connection? You got to remember this is post-COVID, so before you fellas started jumping on Zoom and team meetings, we used our visualization project. So this is Piro Nui pā site as it is today. And this was our attempt to recreate Piro Iti of what it may have looked like back in the day. Oh, sorry, Piro Nui, aroha mai, Piro Nui. We used the land survey plans that were done back in 1934. I think it was the first time Piro Nui was surveyed. So we thought we got pretty accurate to where the old whare sites were, where the old mara were, etc., etc. And, you know, Piro Nui or Motu Kakapo, tira te ingoa tūturu o Piro Nui, is, again, it's a site that's just full of richness and mātauranga. Again, this was another attempt at trying to capture the imagination of our whānau and build that relationship. This is where it's going to get tricky, and I'm going to need some assistance in this, I think. Wait. Yep, wait. Yep, cool, thanks, Brian. I'll just steer it over the way. So what we did, once we had all of that, we developed the Waipapaki Arapuni Wāhi Ahurei landscape, cultural landscape mapping website. And so this, again, it takes us through a bit of a journey. Bear with me. A bit of a journey around how the landscape was identified. It starts to unpack some of the mātauranga that we had managed to find. Hang on. This here is a bit of a flyover using Google Earth. Okay. A bit of a flyover using Google Earth to establish where we're talking about in the world, starting at Maunga Tautari and moving down through, down towards the awa. One of the things we did was utilising the old email plans. We also identified the old repo and old streams that would have existed. So these blue markings here are some of the old stream systems that were there previously, largely not anymore. And then down to the awa. And so these are some of the past sites. But then moving up to the awa, the darker blue is the awa as it is today, and the lighter blue was the awa as it was prior to the dams being built. And again, just a bit of a flyover on those sites. And then also in defining the landscape, we looked at ngā hua o te whenua, so what are the resources contained within the whenua. To be honest, once we had gone through that three-phase process, actually identifying the extent of the landscape was pretty easy, really. It was I think it was about a 30-minute wānanga, really. Was. And so we also created pūrākau mapping, again, to help build connection of our tūpuna that were connected to those sites. I won't, but you're more than welcome to jump on and have a bit of a tutu. So it gives some of our whakapapa to the whenua, and also some of the kōrero around the tūpuna that connected to the awa. Again, the landscape resources, looking at manu, looking at rākau, their uses, and again, are they still found today in those areas? So, and then finally the visualization project. We tried to use VR, was it VR? Yeah, VR, the 3D, and it was successful to a point, but it probably didn't quite hit the mark like we would have hoped to. But we're certainly looking to try and I guess build on that experience for the whānau. So that's that mahi is housed in our Raukawa website. It's accessible for the whānau. We have a number of whānau who utilise it. It's a really important tool for us in our mahi that we do on the awa as well. And that's about me. I think, one of the things that we do is in our mahi, it's about restoration of the awa. But what I would add is that it's through the restoration of the awa, it's also about the restoration of the people. And we i roto tērā whakaro, nei rā te mihi kia koutou, ngā kānohi oro o ngā awa o ngā maunga, kia kaho o koutou mahi,
Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora tātou. Paki mai anō ki ngā kai kōrero i runga te atamira nei. Mai. Wow, that session actually felt really fast. The kōrero was really good, and I think what struck me was the interaction between what we do at the River Authority, policy, partnerships and projects. And you need all three to be successful. And when I look back and think about, I think maybe 2006 to 8, Irina, Shane, Tim, with Lady Raiha went around the motu to ask people how they feel about this way we want to go and looking after our awa and te ture whaimana. What Lady Raiha was doing was creating friendships. She had a guide in her mind to create friends of the river. And it was through all of us, because she was quite clear. We can't do this alone. And so we needed to create partnerships and friends. And even further that, when we spoke to the other iwi, she said, Creator, have a pōwhiri. And karanga all of the iwi, Raukawa, Te Arawa River iwi, Tūwharetoa and Maniapoto, to be a part of this discussion, but for them to look after the house that they, in the way they want to. But let's all have the same aspiration at least. And you see that aspiration to restore and protect the health and well-being of the Waikato River and all it embraces for future generations and all of these projects, but just delivered in a different way. The priority for Anaru was around our wahi tapu and sites of significance and regenerating that partnership with our awa. And then on top of that, needing policy to protect those sites, if they decided to. You didn't have to do that before. You had tikanga. You had a taiaha in your face if you did something wrong. But through these partnerships and the projects, we need some policy to support that. And the same with Kiri's mahi. We knew we needed a tool as a regulatory tool to set a standard, to set a bar through policy. And through the Waipa restoration projects, there's some policy set around that, but also the partnerships with all the property owners and the funding, not just through the River Authority, but to accelerate that work so we can see outcomes faster. And then we have the koi lady at the end. She's got some contradicting policy to deal with. Again, one of the outcomes sought by the settlement was to unify 20 pieces of legislation. They seem to talk differently to each other. They seem to say, I think the best example we had, Irina, was around whitebait. If you wanted to go and put in your whitebait stand, you had to go and talk to DOC. If you wanted to put in a structure, there's health and safety for district council. But the fishery itself was managed by someone else. Then the regulations sat with the Ministry for Fisheries. And so poor Michelle's having to deal with conflicting information. And, she's the koi lady. We have Irina at the back there. It's called the tuna lady. We've got Pātara with 7 kids. He's the ladies' man. I wonder who's going to get... I wonder who's going to have the microphone last today. So let's take some pātai. I'm going to get a message when lunch is ready, so we'll keep going until then. Michelle, I'll take one from Michelle, and then if someone here wants to ask a question, you may not be able to log into Slido, so you will have a think. Michelle, pātai.
Okay, I've got a question for Kerry. How did you convince farmers of the need to afforest their land? Did it include building alternative economic uses for the lands?
Is this on already? Would I have to... Does that on? Yeah. Yeah, like I say, it's been a slow journey, and certainly, as Julian was just talking about, the complementary regulation that was coming assisted with that, and because we have the vision and strategy, and then Healthy Rivers plan change that was coming, plan change 1 coming through that. So farmers, and through industry support as well. I mean, Fonterra's had a big role in that. Farmers were looking to make change, and the additional funding that was available helped us to, I guess, convince them that going beyond what was required for regulation would be an advantage for environmentally, but could also have advantages for their farm management. And when we talk to people now who have undertaken those kind of projects, they talk about the fact that in some of those areas they now don't have to drag cattle out of those areas anymore. they're not missing the productivity that came, limited productivity that came from those areas. But across the board unanimously is that they wouldn't have done the work without that high level of funding. And so without that 75, kind of 70 to 75% funding, it just would have been unaffordable. So that's really what has gotten them over the line.
We have a question from the floor.
Yeah, bro.
Kia ora.
Got one. Michelle, the koi lady.
I knew you would come.
Mana whenua participating in the kaupapa, is there cultural practices that our people use in the tuna gathering process for koi?
Anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that being looked at?
Oh.
The old catchy
Well,
tuna won't be called tuna back in the old days, of those strategies used to catch this koi.
while Michelle's having to think, I do remember sitting with Papa Dick Green, and he was he was testing out using rauiri, to shift and create a barrier, and hopefully, but I don't think the koi come over, but he caught them and smoked them. So yeah, not that I can think of. Edina can jump in.
Being used, right?
Yeah, we did get a lot of applications when we were at the tribe about permits for different types of catching them with the fike net sizes and a range of things with hooks underneath. But I don't know if any of them were ever.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not a fisher person. I'm a paper pusher. But yeah, I guess that's that Brendan is sitting there raising his hand, so he might actually have a comment. Do you want to, Brendan, to say the difficulties? I guess that's the thing in Te Arawa Lakes, everyone's seen the catfish killers work. That's because catfish are really easy to catch in Hinaki. Yeah, so yeah, and it's trying to, yeah. Way you go, Brendan, tell us how to catch a koi.
Well, you won't like some of the methods that I have, but Dick Green did have some ideas and of using, sorry, what was the word? It's sort of like a brush weir.
Rauiri.
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 So, and building a brush weir with actually sort of like a little bit of high-tech sort of aluminium to sort of keep it more stable and guiding them, because the weakness of a koi is that they migrate. And so when they migrate, you can kind of, sort of channel them into an outlet or an inlet, and put them in a trap. And the Aussies have done this on some of their fishways. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there are alternatives.
And I guess we have seen that with the trap they had on the outlet of the fish pass at Lake Waikato. But, I mean, amazing concept. It's just unfortunately that area was not the right place for that trap just because of the operation of the flood of the lake, basically. So, yeah. But good, thank you.
Yeah, we'll do another. Kia ora, mate. Michelle?
Araru, is the story map on GIS available publicly for others to use?
Yep, yeah, it is. You'll see in the presentation, I think it's getting sent out. Jules, is that correct? There's a link on there. Otherwise, you could just jump on our Raukawa website and go through there.
I'm wondering if there's a lot of questions here. I'm wondering if we try and get the presenters to answer some of these online, because I know that we're short on time.
Carry on. Ask us another one.
Okay, go for a couple more. All right, I'll try and get a variety going on here. So koi, have any science studies considered contraceptive controls on adults? Yeah.
So the question was, if you didn't hear it, is there contraceptive an option to
Yeah,
to
so
manage them?
there's sterile male technology out there. Sorry, guys. No. I guess So that's actually being trialled by Te Arawa and Bay of Plenty Regional Council with Niwa, breeding sterile male catfish and then releasing them into the wild. And then over time, there's no males for them to breed with and they die. So that's the theory. Does it work for koi, Brendan?
So back to the Aussies again. Ron Thresher had a program where they were sort of trying to breed daughterless carp for years and years and years, and I never heard that it made any real success because they didn't really understand the genetics controlling the koi breeding. But I think one of the bigger problems, and I don't know how the catfish went, was that you would have to breed up so many sterile males to overwhelm the wild males in a population. So you'd sort of need to fish them down and then sort of supplement with the genetically altered fish. And there's several problems there. The sheer cost of raising the sterile males. And the point is that they would actually pass their genes on and produce only males if there were enough of them. But then you simply, for the Waikato, what was my estimate, 400,000 adults in Lake Waikari, that's going to take a fair bit of breeding to overrun those. Yeah. And the problem is that they move around the catchment so much that you could deal with one lake, for instance, but unless you could stop the wild ones moving back in, they would soon overwhelm those efforts. So it's just the logistics of them undertaking 200-kilometre migrations up and down the Waikato, in and out of lakes.
Thank goodness you're here, Brendan.
Sure.
Outside of partnering with iwi, how do you hold space for mātauranga Māori or enable it into your projects? I think that's a question for anyone who wants to have a go at it.
We'll start with Kerry.
I guess for me, I mentioned the barrier projects, which are trying to keep pest fish out of significant sites, and those are sites that are significant to iwi. And I'm not going to sit up here and say why those are significant. It's other people's kōrero, but that's one small aspect of our program is protecting those things that are important, and that's what I see for freshwater biosecurity in general. I have a big focus on freshwater biosecurity, even though I'm the koi lady. There's many pests under that water that we can't see. How do we protect the native kao species in Lake Karapiro, is hot on my mind.
So didn't have time to really talk about it in the main presentation, but it's probably more on a site-by-site basis. I mean, the whole program was developed with significant input from iwi and driven by iwi actually at the start. But a lot of the work that we're doing, quite a lot of the land that was cleared in the Upper Waipa is owned by multiple Māori-owned landowners, and often the management of that land was contracted out to Lands and Surveys by Māori Affairs, and so there wasn't necessarily even the owners of the land approving the clearance. And so their aspirations for that land and rehabilitation, that's on a site-by-site basis. So there's a number of examples. For example, there's one that we visited recently actually with you guys, where there's the marae on the edge of the farm and there's a school nearby, and part of the restoration of the river includes rehab in those places.
Has riparian planting influenced water temperatures, and can this assist with water temperatures and future climate change?
There's probably people, I'm looking at Tony Pett, for example, who might be Bryce Cooper, the gurus in this field. From Regional Council's perspective, I know for the Clean Streams program, there are a lot of sites that were set up to monitor the impacts of riparian planting along those areas. I think it was pretty well established that temperature reductions were able to be seen in a relatively short time period through shading. Our climate change work is more around resilience of catchments to mass events, retaining water in headwaters and upper catchments so that you're not getting mass losses and events and loss of land. I don't know if Tony or Bryce or Mike want to respond around water temperatures and climate change.
If you can do it in 1 minute, that would be good. Put your hand up. Yeah. Go 1 minute, please.
Hi, yeah. Sorry, but Kerry's absolutely right. Is that long? In terms of the water temperature, if you start off in small streams, controlling temperature, you do a lot better than in wider streams. It's obvious, and that of course feeds into the bigger streams further down. So look after the small streams and the bigger streams looked after as well. So I think it would have a mitigating effect in climate change.
Kapai, Michelle, go one more question.
One more. Can Araru tell us more about how he accesses the maps and the process and costs in building the landscape website?
Yeah. So I guess through our treaty settlement arrangements, we have a database full of all the old email maps. We also, and I can't remember the name of the website, but there is a website we subscribe to, somebody out there may recall it, that has got all the old email maps. In terms of the development of the website, it was, I can't tell you off the top of my head, but it was relatively cheap in the scheme of things. I think the biggest piece of mahi was actually identifying what we wanted to be included in that website, and it's just hosted on Story Maps, and we pay an annual subscription, which is relatively low as well.
Is there one more burning question from the floor? Our lunch has arrived, they're just setting up. If not, I'm happy to talk. Actually, we've got some... Oh, yeah. Oh, kia ora, Makere.
Kia ora tātou, Makere Rikaheke. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Just a series of websites will be forwarded to Julian and the team regarding where to access some of those data sets, emails, archival stuff, archaeological stuff. If you see us floating around, come and have a chat.
Kia ora. Thanks, Makere. Just I want to touch a little bit on Manaru. He is one of those guys that was begrudgingly moved from doing practical stuff on the ground with his whānau into a policy role and eventually into an environmental management role. He didn't really want to do it, but he got there. And so yeah, congratulations, Manaru. And so we're going to finish up this round. So lunch is out in the same space. We've got an hour. We might cut that back. Pātara will give us a call. What was I? There was one more thing. I think. Sorry, when I think about all the pest species, we've had koi. It's really hard because, like any mother, the river accepts them all and looks after them all, and it kind of needs our kind of sense to say, actually, that's that foster child you're trying to look after is a bit hoha, but she does, and it's even harder when your kaumatua give those pests names. And Dick Green was one. He would say, "Yeah, they're koia cup," and so it becomes part of us. And Tipper touched on it earlier about what could their purpose be here, if any. But if it's not going to heal our awa, we have to make those decisions ourselves. So let's finish up. I'll just ask to provide our presentations of these small taonga. Acknowledgement of your time you've put into developing your presentation, your mahi, and coming here and spending some time with us to share your knowledge. So if you can come around the front. So Erina will be speaking tomorrow, but for those who don't know, Erina is also a board member on the Waikato River Authority. Paki, it sounds a bit weird. That's correct. Kai taim whānau.
whilst we were waiting for a couple more to come in, thought I'd talk a little bit about some of the hitori of our awa. Somebody talked a little bit about the ingwa and the names of some of our historical sites and how important they are. And ingwa, especially in Te Reo Māori, it always is attached to a story, and that's what's so special about our names, rather than the North Island and the South Island. It's a little bit dry, right? So all our ingwa have stories and historical narratives behind them. For those of you who don't know, Te Awa Waikato wasn't always called Te Awa Waikato. It was first called Te Awa Taikehu. Taikehu being one of the tohunga, or a high priest upon the Waikato, on the Tainui canoe. And he was the first to discover Waikato awa, or Te Awa Taikehu, just after they hauled the Tainui canoe across the Waitemata Harbour into the west coast of the Kiroto i te moana tā Pukupoko a Tāwhaki. And then he came down and saw the awa, and he named it after himself, as they did, Te Awa o Taikehu. It wasn't until a couple of hundred years later, and a few generations later, due to a story between warring fathers, if you like, Mahanga and Kōkako, who Kōkako had a son called Tamainupo. Mahanga had a daughter called Tukotuku. And during their marriage, which was unbeknownst to both fathers that this was happening, they had a son. But during those times, in order for the son to be blessed, the son had to be blessed by his grandfather, and that forced Kōkako to come to Huntly at a place called Taipōuri, which is an island in the middle of the Waikato awa, to say to his father that, here's your grandson. Furthermore, this is a shortened version of the story, by the way. This is your grandson. You're going to have to bless him. And by the way, your mortal enemy, Mahanga, this is his daughter and the mother of this child. He then cupped the water into his hand, and hence the word Waikato. Waikato hia he wai mau. I'll cusp this water and I'll place it on your head and I'll baptize you. And I'll name you Wairere. And so Wairere is the name of that child, and Ngāti Wairere, te te heo ngā hapu o tēnei takiwa, is named after that child. And that's where Waikato gets its name, was from that baptism of Wairere. So I thought I'd just throw that in there and before we get started. It's awesome to listen to all the kōrero that's happened thus far and talk about the innovation, innovative ideas that have come out of all of our whānau who have come up here to present their kaupapa. And I'm reminded of how resourceful and how onto it and how forward-thinking us Māori are. One of Julian's uncles was drinking down at the Huntly pub once, I think in the 60s, back when Neil Armstrong took the first step for mankind on the moon. And one of the other Pākehā whānau turned around to Julian's uncle and says, "See that, bro? We just put a man on the moon." And he goes, "Whatever, bro, we're going to put a man on the sun." And he goes, "You can't do that, he'll get all burnt up." "No, nakas, not if he goes at night." So, hey, there's always a way, whānau. There's always a way. Cover. All right, get into it. So, ka kore tōro hia te wai, we'll sprint on the way home. Ko tā tātou kai kōrero e whai ake ni. Well, he has dedicated his career to the betterment of the taiao, the environment. His experience spans from working in local government, funding agencies, central government and iwi. In his current role as Pou Taiao Environmental Manager for Waikato Tainui, Jaden oversees a commercial tribal nursery and the delivery of conservation work on behalf of Te Whakakitenga or Waikato Incorporated. And this is where we house today, in the Whakakitenga building, and it's 68 marae that represent the Whakakitenga. His aspirations are to grow his people's mātauranga knowledge systems across a wide spectrum of environmental matters. From environmental restoration, climate resilience, resource management and environmental policy, while creating opportunities for Waikato Tainui marae to influence the protection of their natural resources and maintaining their tikanga and kawa within these spaces. Ngāti Mahuta, Waikato Tainui Environmental Manager, homai te pakipaki, Jaden Whauwasa.
Tēnā koe te rangatira. E te toi rangi, e te toi nuku. Nau mai rā, ki roto i tēnei ahiahi. E te kingi atu heitia, me tōna whānau, me te kahui ariki, pai maere ki a rātou. E te whare, te whare wānanga, te whare tautohetohe. E tehi wā, te whare tautohetohe. Kei raro o ngā rangatira, ko tā Robert, ko Riri Raiha, i te taha o tō mātou aua, ko Waikato. Kei raro o te maunga tapu, ko Taupuri, tēnei te mei kia koutou katoa. Ki ngā mate ki Wainganui, ngā mate i mua, ngā mate o tēnei tau, haere atu rā, e te honga ora, tēnei te mei kia koutou katoa. Tēnei te mei kia koutou, ngā ringa raupa, ngā kaimahi, ngā kaitiaki o te tae au, o ngā awa, o ngā moana hoki. Ko ai au, ko Jen and Fausta tōku ingoa, ko Taupire te maunga, ko Waikato te awa, ko Ngāti Mahuta te hapu, ko Waikato te iwi, ko Poto te tangata, Tihe Muri ora. Kia ora koutou, how are we doing today? Like Natasha pointed out, I've got the challenge to get you after lunch. But also want to tautoko ngā kōrero i mua i ahau, the kōrero that's been spoken before me. We're quite privileged to have a lot of tribal members who are doing this mahi in this space, in this restoration space. So I just want to mihi out to them, and also mihi out to our partners, Regional Council. We've got Mercury, we've got a few on that's been presenting or talking about certain things, all sponsors of the Waikato River Authority. Before I go any further, I just wanted to talk about, although we're in a restoration sort of space, just wanted to talk about who we are, ko ai mātou, in terms of Waikato Tainui. So we have 68 marae, 33 hapu, 86,000 tribal members plus. I just wanted to give you some context first before we go down the restoration space. I would normally give you a historical overview because it's all relative to get to where we are now. But because of the time, 15 minutes, and I know we're running over time, just give you a quick little update. So this is us in a nutshell. And just like the pepea that Shannon said beforehand, ko moko ki runga, ko tamaki ki raro, ko manga tōtō ki Wainganui, pare hauraki, pare Waikato, te kākaora o pā tere tere. So this is us. This is where we cover. Although we're talking about the Waikato River Symposium, these are all our marae who whakapapa back to the Waikato River, the Waipaha River, as well as our coastal and our lands up in Tamaki and below. So it gives you a bit of context to how many people are invested into our Waikato River. You know, it's a resource we can pull on because there's a lot of people who are very passionate about our awa and our taio going forward. With that, we'll go through te our guiding document, which is Whakatupuranga 2050. The reason I brought this up, so this is the long-term strategic plan for Waikato Tainui. We've been hearing about that. What's the long-term goals? What's the long-term plans? Te Whakatupuranga 2050 talks about taio. Well, it basically allows our tribal members to have that mana motu hake and how we get there. So we have taio, mahi tonu, whairawa, kaupapa, hapuri, so community, environment. There's economic aspirations. We want our people to be strong and tikanga in their reo going forward. This is all relevant because it's looking at the holistic view for our Waikato River. We always say if our land or our awa is healthy, then our people are healthy. Vice versa, if our people are healthy, our land can be healthy too, or our awa. So this is looking at the holistical view instead of just looking at a plant or a restoration project and just focusing on that one plant or that one restoration project. This is the long-term vision, you know. We understand that, you know, for restoration, putting on my experience set, we only plant in the winter. But what's the year-round vision for that? The monitoring, the pest control, the plant pest control and the the pest animal control. What can you, as kaitiaki and kaitiaki of your organisations, do to incorporate our people to be part of the project for years to come? We're talking generational projects, you know. Also keep it in mind, and I talked some kōrero beforehand, for our people, they were exiled from our lands, they were banned. So for them, this is the opportunity to come back to their lands that they have never seen for a long time. So I just wanted to plug that there, because I know we've got a lot of people from a lot of different spaces. We're fortunate enough that we've got some partners that have been working in the space for a long time. But the other conversation I have is our people stay, everyone else sort of changes and leaves. And with that, the mātauranga goes from our partners, and therefore we find ourselves training those people again. Where if you keep us, our mana whenua, our iwi, our hapu, our marae, as part of your project forevermore, then mātauranga stays. And so it's just a sort of wero to all of you to continue to engage our mana whenua from the ground up. So that's why I wanted to bring it, because this the holistical view. There's also, I'll shed lightly, from my personal view, I don't want to say from the Waikato Taino view, that Waikato or Māori in general are tree huggers. We just want to restore and that's it. We're not. We have economic aspirations. We have cultural aspirations. We have social aspirations. So keep that in mind. We want to capture everything, and we can capture everything. The kōrero I talk about a lot, and that's why mihi atu tā Robert, Sir Robert, who's a key figure in actually creating the WRA. Back in 1995, when Waikato Taino settled, would you ever thought that in 15 years' time, the Waikato River Authority would have been established? Have you ever thought that a $210 million fund would have been directed specifically for our Waikato River? Have you ever thought that the River Iwi Collective would come together with co-governance, that scary word, co-governance that's coming down from central government, but with co-governance with Crown partners? The answer I normally get, nah, we never thought that would happen. Yet here we are today, and we get to have these wānanga today. So that's the resilience of us as a people. Just like our tile, we've gone through it, we've navigated these spaces, but we're still resilient and we're still optimistic that we can achieve the outcomes that everyone's been talking about today. So that initially goes to the health, and that then turns into the health and well-being of the river. That's what we're all trying to achieve, all of us in this room. So that's why I wanted to give you that context first, just to give you the holistical view, the overview, everything that captures everything, because that's the direction we want to head in. It's not just the restoration, it's not just about the plants going into the ground, it's the everything, it's the everything. So I just wanted to stamp that as we move forward. So Alpo, as obviously I work for the tile team, I just want to speak about a couple of them. Climate change, very broad, very difficult, we all know that. But for climate change for our people, it came back, so what I've got to talk about is the way we reach our 2050 whakatupuranga is our 5-year plan. So through our 5-year plan, we'll create milestones and sort of timeframes to how we're going to achieve certain things within our PO right here. So climate change is something that some of the team, where's Lorraine? She come in? She must be outside. She's very shy. She created a climate change resource booklet, just to start the conversation. The biggest challenge you're going to have, and I think you all have it, is what does data look like and how do you translate that to our people or to the farmer or from the scientist to the business planner. So those are the challenges we have. The only way we get around that is wānanga. And this comes back to what I talked about before, engaging our mana whenua, how that looks like on the marae, talk to them what you're trying to achieve, and then the results will come from that. Building the people, building the skills of our people, I don't mind, it's a typo. So we run a training program. Just last week we did our first aid kit, our first aid certificate with some of the people in this room. But this is mainly creating opportunities for our people to participate. So it could be Grace Safe, or it could be project management training. From on the ground to high level commissioners training, which we had successfully 17 commissioners passed that training. But what I mean was it's also thinking bigger. So as a commissioner, if you don't understand, you actually, to get on a panel when it comes to resource consenting, you actually need experience before you get onto those sort of panels or get nominated to jump on the panel. So those are the next steps we're looking into. Investment into our wai whenua, so basically restoration projects, monitoring, where can we support our whānau in those spaces. Could be a consultant, could be direct linkage or facilitating hui with our whānau, with partners like Regional Council who are doing that mahi anyway. So it's partnering that up. Te ture whaimana, vision and strategy, we should all know about that. It's definitely one of our portfolios or one of the guiding principles within our team. How do we continue to achieve that? Always pushing our partners, always pushing our people, or our people pushing us, so we can achieve that and continue to achieve that for our next generations. And tai tumu, tai pari, tai ao. I plugged that in. So the biggest thing I'm taking the opportunity now to tell everyone, iwi have their own iwi environmental plans. If you, tai tumu, tai pari, tai ao is our one. It never gets read from our partners. And it comes out quite obvious that it doesn't. Unless from a select few. So whether you're an organisation or you're just a contractor or a consultant or something like that, read our environmental plans. They're awesome. It gives you all this in a book. It looks pretty big, but it's not too daunting once you get into it. And we also, if the needs there, offer workshops to go through it, not only for our people, but for our partners, and that's something that can be popular as well. So this all incorporates into the next project. Disclaimer, I've only been on for a few months. I've been in the community for a while, but I've been on Waikatoni's payroll for a few months, if you get paid. The next project is eventually, through all the training, for all that whakatupuranga, the holistic views, is something that we want all you to think about. It's called the Ruakura Planting Project. If you weren't aware, the Ruakura Super Hub. I'll let the doing the talking next. Strategically, I put a video on as well, because it takes about 5 minutes. But that's hearing from our people. That's the people who do the work on the ground. That's incorporating the economic views, the social procurement, everything in a nutshell. And I'll let the video do the talking itself. If it plays.
A huge part of our vision of Whakatupuranga 2050 is utilising all of our business opportunities that we create and support our tribal member businesses to be able to be part of it. Their teams also include, tribal members. The good thing is that we're starting to see that economy work, that circular economy, the tribes investing money, that dollar's going further as a result of our tribal members being involved in the actual doing and implementing of this development.
The Network Native Plant Supply is a collaboration between Hamilton City Council, Waikato Tainui and Boffa Miskil to deliver over 310,000 plants, 1,800 trees and prepare over 82,000 square metres of bare land and return it to its native origins.
Boffa Miskil's been involved in this part of the project at Ruakura with the landscape design. The aim of the planting strategy is to develop a collaborative process for the landscape implementation from whakapapa sourcing seed right through to planting and maintenance.
My team were put together, they're all tribal members. Basically my job is to give them the opportunity to actually do something on the land, get them to learn new skills. It's my responsibility, I think as a tribal member, to teach our young ones.
So Ngāti Hau Mahi Trust is involved at Ruakura to grow plants, deliver plants and plant the plants on site. It's important for us that the seeds are eco-sourced locally in local areas like Tamahere, Mangaonua and Maungā Kawa. Working at Ruakura has enabled Ngāti Hau Mahi Trust to expand our nurseries and expand our kaimahi, creating more employment and also expanding our knowledge in the taiao space.
Puni River Care is a marae-based and rangatahi initiative with a vision for safe places, healthy waters and healthy people. We're fortunate enough to be a part of the Ruakura Inland Portworks as the major plant supplier of high-grade quality plants. And the cool thing about it though was just connecting in the first place and working collaboratively with all iwi stakeholders on this project. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
With the Ruakura port came the opportunity for Waikato Tainui to supply their own project with their own plants. Most of my team love their job. We like getting our hands dirty, and if we don't do it ourselves, it doesn't seem to fulfill our wairua and all that stuff. This is sort of filling the cup for me, and hopefully it will do so for many more years.
The name of my business is Te Papa Tipu, and the reason I started was to get all our whānau from Te Puaha involved with taiao planting and working on the whenua. Ruakura has helped me build the capacity. I started off with 4 people and now I've got 10. What do I love about it? Being out in the open, just being one with nature, obviously working along with all my our iwi, our hapu.
Sort of come in as a supervisory for these young fellas here. I'm their uncle, so yeah, makes it easier for them to listen to me, but we always seem to get the job done. We haven't really had much opportunities, so it's good to actually have one, especially for our people,
Within the last planting season, we've seen great growth between our tribal network in terms of businesses, skills and qualifications. We originally started the project planting just under 2,000 plants per day. Now our planting teams are reaching between 6,000 to 8,000 plants, which is competing with the best of the best in the industry. Tika Project Management's been involved in this project from the beginning of the year. We've really enjoyed the challenges and the success we've seen within the tribal businesses, and we look forward to building on this and completing the project on time and on budget.
Working on Ruakura is a great example to challenge other projects in the country that it's really important to work with mana whenua. It's important that mana whenua are involved, and it's important that mana whenua lead the way for our future.
We're really proud of this project. I want to acknowledge all the whānau contributing to make this a real success. This is our whenua. Ultimately, it was returned as part of the raupatu. You know, having our whānau reconnect with their whenua through planting is one way to do that.
So that, you know, captures everything. We've got a few of our, we've got Ngāti Hau up there if you want to get any questions. Also, was a good plug to market some of our businesses. So if you've got any mahi, give them a call, give me a call, and I'll point them through to you. But that captures everything we're trying to do at Waikato Taone. Support our whānau so they can do it themselves, you know, and that's all we can do and all we want to do. So, nō reira, tēnā, te timi ka koutou katoa, mauri ora.
Tēnā koe Jaden, ngā mihi e hoa. Otia, yeah, 86,000 tribal members. I've done my bit to add to that. Ka kaha the rest of you. Another thing that I really liked about that video is it actually reminded me about some of the kōrero about talking about, you know, getting a connection with the awa and reconnecting our people back to the awa as well. And there was a picture on there about, we would have seen the waka, oh geez, what are they called now? Waka ama, waka on the river. We run a program called Te Tirohoi, or Waikato, and it's an awesome program where 2 representatives from each of our 68 marae get an opportunity to go all the way to Waikato Iti, the beginning of the Waikato River, and then travel along the river all the way to Te Puaha Waikato, learning about all the historical sites along the way. And they just finished, I don't know what cohort that was, but they just finished doing the Tirohoi, and they'll be taking another set of registrations for that in the new year. But that's something that I think a lot of iwi should be looking at doing if you're not doing it already, is running programs like that to reconnect your iwi and your hapu back to your awa. Moving on. Our next speaker is Operations Manager at Waikato River Care and the lead coordinator of an ongoing restoration efforts at this project. In 2021, Rivercare successfully secured funding from the Waikato River Authority to support fencing and planting outcomes in the upper catchment of the Punga Punga wetland. This year's planting target is 45,000 plants, with 37,950 already planted within a 25-hectare area. Kevin was previously employed at the Department of Conservation, working in the Arawai Kākāriki program in the Whangamarino wetland. Homai te pakipaki from Waikato River Care included, Kevin Hutchinson.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for that introduction and Jaden's big picture presentation beforehand. This today, pardon me, just a minor fluster here, but I've got my glasses. Writing's very small. Let's go on this one here. So, Punga Punga wetland is, pardon. It's all right. I'll get there. Try to feel younger than I am. So the Punga Punga wetland project was initiated by our landowners and partners with a goal to protect this guy up here, Australasian bittern. It is a partnership between landowners and our funders with the goal to extend and rehabilitate modified wetland. So our key outcomes for this project was to expand the habitat that's there, because the area had been impacted by drainage activities post First World War and Second World War, and The habitat was obviously modified as a result of the land drainage. So we wanted to increase the extent of that for the bittern. Part of that process was winding back some of the improvements done to that whenua by excluding stock from areas, creating zones for the bird to feed in, and doing some complementary native plantings to establish further indigenous zones around the site. You'll see our 6 key goals there. We're working towards probably more than half of those being achieved now, and we've come a long way, but it's early stages yet. Next one here. So this is Rivercare's largest project at 50 hectares. Rivercare's been operating for 24 years, and so it's quite an achievement for us to get a large-scale project like this. The site has already had a QE2 wetland established, and we have extended it with the support of our QE2 rep here. We were able to do this by tacking on to some COVID provisions that were changed by the organisation, whereby they recognised areas that were previously unable to be funded, with the view that with funding they would become valuable habitat. So that was quite a change by QE2, and it really opened the door for this project. The hydrology, along with the planting, were one of the main drivers where we could see value, and we were able to demonstrate that to QE2. In case you're wondering where the Pangapanga wetland is, there's Puki Kawa there. So it's down the bottom end of Te Pua or Waikato. You can see the site. It's a remnant, a lot of land drainage around here. This was a vast mosaic of wetland habitat with a direct hydrological connection to the lower Waikato River. It's now a fraction of what was once there. I'm just going to play a movie here, and while it's going, we can all kind of bit of a so you can see drainage going through there. Fencing going along the edges around here. Rain going up there. So as I've mentioned, hydrology is one of the key drivers for this project to create habitat. And so the first weir that we intend to build is going to be here. This was going to happen this summer just been, but obviously with the cyclones we had to defer our mahi there. The second weir is going to be down this drain here. And effectively it's reversing the land drainage efficiencies created by this drain here. If you go to Retro Lens, really great website to look up what's happened in the past. But yeah, post Second World War, this drain here pops up, and the impacts are quite obvious. That's the QE2 block that was already in covenant prior to the project, and it didn't have the same drainage channels dug through it, and obviously the ecological integrity is much better there. The project goes all the way up around here. Ooh. Bit quick there. Oh, here we go. Comes along the top. And these 3 forest remnants here are all included in the site. And you can see the spray work there, the guys doing around the plantings there. This area here, we intend to do some control on the grey willows, and hopefully with changes to hydrology, we'll get vegetation change, and we won't hopefully have to do too much in terms of planting. The hydrology will keep out dry species, weeds, and we'll get some of our native wire rush communities establishing ahead of them. You can just see all the spots spraying around there. These trees here are all about 120 to 150 years old, so they're quite well established. They all suffer from the same sorts of effects of stock, wind, edge effects, etc. So one of the key drivers for the project was stock exclusion to establish the extent of the project. We've done 6 kilometres of fencing here. The fencing, we had to stick to land parcel boundaries, and where possible though, we want to make life easy for our landowners and keep material out of flood zones. And so where possible, when we weren't governed by land parcels, we would keep them out of the wetland. You can see by the extent, the photos actually don't do it justice, but we basically had a digger hauling a tractor all the way up the hill here, you know, that's how steep it is. So four different landowners for the project. Not everybody on the same page, but we got there. The little red line that you see going around the edge down here, that's the boundary of the project. Project planning, so as already commented, we've now done 45,000. We just were held up with the wet weather we've had this year. So we managed to get the last of the trees in a bit over 7 weeks ago. It was a really, really long planning project, primarily because access was compromised. We had a side-by-side vehicle stuck for 5 weeks in a paddock, so it was pretty wet. Even in the image here, you can see the water in the paddocks. It was something else. Michelle wanted me to talk about the successes and the learnings. So obviously early engagement with the 4 different landowners was very important, and that made basically, even if they weren't on the same page, they knew where we were heading. We tried to use the landowners' skills and attributes in the project. So rather than just saying this is how much it's going to cost, we were asking them what they could bring to the project as co-funding or in-kind support, is what the WRA calls it, which is a really good way to capture buy-in and get long-term outcomes for the site without the financial impact. We used, where possible, local contractors to do the mahi. We've been very flexible on delivery of the project around weather. The price of roundwood, if anybody's been building a house post-COVID will know it just went crazy, so obviously we had some cost issues there to work around. This project was rejected for funding a number of times by different parties, but we didn't give up on it. We just stuck with it. The project also is a long-term commitment by the 4 landowners. So they all realise that Rivercare and our partners are here setting up the first 5 years of this, but it's here in perpetuity. As Jaden pointed out in his discussion, the marae is always at that location. They're going nowhere. They're always going to have a commitment to the site and the tikanga, and so it's too short term to think of 5 years of funding. It's a much bigger thing. And my only gripe, because we can't all have good feedback, is that this project was really hard to do because we had to jump through some quite big hoops with our partners at Regional Council. They fund us, and we're very, very grateful for everything that Regional Council does for us, but we were able to demonstrate through the retro lens imagery that the drains that we were wanting to create the inefficiencies on with these weirs were man-made, and their being there in the wetland was compromising the long-term health. So it should be straightforward to say, hey, we want to do a restoration project. No one's impacted. The long-term outcomes are going to be positive. We're just reversing what's occurred 50 years prior. But it was extremely hard to do, and we're very, very fortunate to have a number of partners who made the process easier, including in regional council. But if we have landowners that think they're going to be spending 20 grand on some rock to create a weir and a drain, and they're going to spend 70 on a consultant and the process of getting a resource consent, these projects just aren't going to happen. It's just too cost prohibitive. And when you're talking to a farmer and he's got a small quarry, or a cousin or someone who's got a farm down the road who can get the material really cheap, and then you're saying actually it's going to cost you 50 grand to get some paperwork to make it happen, it's a really, really hard sell. I have to do some acknowledgements here, and some of the people actually noted here in the room. But the Waikato River Authority have been awesome in terms of a funding partner for this project. Robbie from QE2, he comes down to relationships and to get successful outcomes. And when you show that modified paddock there that's been grazed over the last 50 years, Robbie sees bush blocks that are pristine as part of his work. So you're trying to sell him a project for him to be invested to get QE2 on board, and he saw the vision, so big ups to Robbie there. Billion Trees, they funded the project. Little known organisation, New Zealand Game Bird Habitat Trust. You buy a duck shooting licence and you get a stamp. The $10 on the stamp goes into projects like this. WACET, or Waikato Catchment Ecological Enhancement Trust, they've been awesome. Dave Clee, he's not here today, but this guy's a legend when it comes to doing projects like this. He saved this project 50 grand on his own because of his knowledge and skills dealing with council, new legislation around working in wetlands. Natasha, who's here, has been awesome too. Hayden, who was here, I don't know where he is. Hayden Crystal from Ngāti Ngāho, they've been out on site and checked it all out. As mana whenua, it's really important to get that buy-in, again, partnerships. And obviously the project would not be possible without landowners, and the three landowners involved have been really, really good. Can't really say enough good things about them. And lastly but not least, the dollars and cents people. So most of those logos should be familiar for people. And in case anybody's feeling generous, the scan does work. Thank you. Apologies for that mixed start.
Tēnā koe, Kevin. Yeah, bro, it's always, a tricky thing to navigate when you got cousins who can get stuff on the cheap. Got heaps of cousins that come up to me all the time and say, bro, I can get stuff on the cheap. It just magically appears off the back of a truck in a shed. So you got to always be careful about where they resource that stuff, my friend. Yeah, I got heaps of cousins like that, I tell you. Also, the other thing I saw on there was the Australasian bittern. I don't know if that's got a Māori name, but every year, I was reminded this year, I don't know if they did this, but they have a Bird of the Century Award. I don't know if you saw this. The Pū Teke Teke won the Bird of the Century Award, and it was actually picked up by a guy over in America who runs a talk show, and he found out that this competition was going. He did a massive campaign to save the pūteke teke. He put the billboards up in Spain, he put some up in Japan, and I think he got 200 and something thousand votes for this. But it brought a lot of attention to the pūteke. I would have no idea that there was a bird called the pūteke teke until I saw it on television. Never seen one in my life, but yep. I could go so many places there, but I'm not going to go. I'm going to leave that one there. All right, our next speaker is a freshwater ecologist who has worked for the Department of Conservation and Waikato Regional Council on the Lake Whangapē Restoration Project. The project was a collaborative initiative between DOC, WRC, and Waikato Tainui through the Ngā Muka Development and Wāhi Whānui Trusts and landowners of the catchment, and aimed to restore the health of Lake Whangapē by restoring the lake margins and associated wetlands in the catchment. Just an interesting historical note on this as well, that Lake Whangapē actually was the last, nau mai ki te atamira, and our last speaker for the day, Natasha Granger. Ngā mihi kia koe.
Just a bit shorter. Where is it? Which, is it that one? No. Thank you. Thank you. Just a bit shorter than those boys that have been before me. E nā mana, e nei reo, rau rangatira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Natasha Granger aho. And I'm just like to say thank you for having me, and I'm presenting this talk today on behalf of the partners, Waikato Tainui, Department of Conservation and the Regional Council. I'm presenting because I've got a unique perspective. I was involved initially when we were trying to get funding from the external funders, and then I provided technical advice in the project as a freshwater ecologist. And then when I moved over to the Regional Council in 2020, I oversaw the WRC work stream, so I've seen it from 2 of the 3 partners in this work. And also I get a bit nervous, and so I'm going to rely on my notes, so bear with me. So Lake Whangapē is the second largest river in the lower Waikato area. It's associated with about 900 hectares of marginal wetlands, including the Aotearoa swamp. The lake is situated with a large predominantly pastoral catchment and receives inflows via several streams, including the Tikatiku and Aotearoa streams. It drains via the Whangapē stream directly into the Waikato River. It's one of the 12 riverine lakes. Next one. 12 riverine lakes associated with the Waikato River. These are all naturally shallow, mostly less than 5 metres. They have interconnected wetlands. They're highly productive and diverse, and their ecology is dependent on the hydrology and flood frequency and closely linked to the river. They're highly valued culturally and recreationally. Lake Whangapē itself is 2.7 metres deep. It's 1,450 hectares, and it sits within a 32,000 catchment area. The degraded condition of Lake Whangapē is a result of hydrological modification, non-point source agricultural discharges from the lake's wider catchment, riparian management, and invasion by plant and animal pests. These issues occur at a scale and contribute to create a difficult restoration scenario. One of the outcomes of the project was to ensure that there was no further degradation in the water quality of Lake Whangapē, and the target that was set for this was that cyanobacterial biovolumes would only exceed recreational swimming guidelines for less than 44% of the time. As I said earlier, this project was a partnership between Waikato Tainui through the Wāhi Whānui Trust and the Ngā Muka Development Trust, as well as the Department of Conservation and Waikato Regional Council. It was a $2.9 million project funded over 5 years, and I just want to emphasise that when the project was funded back in 2017, this was a really big amount for a lake restoration project. The project management structure included a terms of reference signed by all the partners. DOC held the funding deeds with the funders, but had separate funding deeds between DOC and Waikato Tainui and DOC and Waikato Regional Council. DOC were responsible for the project managing of the project, and the project was governed by a steering group with support from an operational project management group. There were multiple aims to the project to contribute to achieving Te Ture Waimana, as well as the Waikato Tainui Environmental Plan, Jaden. So, boom, it was in there. To enhance collaboration between the partners, to protect and restore the lake and its wetlands, to improve access for recreation but also for cultural harvest, and to reduce the risk of alligator weed. Lake Whangapai grows alligator weed like nothing else and sends it down the river. So this was about trying to get on top of the alligator weed to protect the lower Waikato. The project also had an aim to enhance the capacity of local hapu and whānui along the river and with the lake. The project had several work streams, and this slide just gives an overview of each partner's deliverables. Unfortunately today, I don't have enough time to do justice to the large amount of mahi that was done, so I'll just briefly talk about each of the work stream with a slight emphasis on the catchment work, because I think that applies to most of you in the room today. I'd like to acknowledge Linda Tamuli, who's here today, who oversaw the Kaitiaki monitoring framework with the support of Erina Watani. The framework was developed following a series of wānanga, interviews, whakawhiti kororo, and follow-up conversations and discussion. So thank you, Linda. Fencing. DOC was responsible for overseeing the fencing project, and we used dashboards to monitor the progress. And I'm very pleased to say that the lake is almost fully fenced. Just a couple of fences that didn't get finished last year because of the bad weather and the cyclones. But it's a pretty big achievement to get the whole lake fenced. DOC expects to finish them shortly this summer. The weed control, which included environmental weeds such as willow, yellow flag iris, but it also included a program for alligator weed, as I said before. This was governed by a project plan for both the weed control and planting. And just from the image there, you can see that the way that we did that was to break up the lake margins into manageable zones to work on. And for each zone, there was a plan for which weeds to control and which plants to plant and that kind of stuff. And then the last bit on that slide is just the objective for alligator weed was really about, we're never going to eradicate it from Lake Whangapai, it's about reducing the load on the river. All up, about 53,000 plants were planted around the lake margin. Some ups and downs. Last summer caused a bit of problems with high water levels, and waters being at some of the highest levels seen in many, many years. But those areas on the map just show the areas planted. The increased funding allowed us to really hammer the alligator weed, to reduce it to levels that could be maintained with existing levels of funding. We focused on high density areas, which are the areas in red on the map here, and aiming to reduce the source of the infestation. And we graded those areas, just you can see the pictures on the side, with high, medium and low infestations. Monitoring was a bit challenging. All our spraying areas have been GPSed and photos have been helpful, but they didn't always work as planned in terms of clear monitoring. So that's just been a bit of a learning about how better to manage, to be able to tell the story about the work that you've done. Waikato Regional Council also used restricted place notices under the Biosecurity Act and worked with the 8 biggest landowners to develop an alligator weed management plan for each property. And you can see the 8 crosses around the lake margin. Those are the properties we worked with. I can't yet tell you if we've been successful with the alligator weed. We pretty much had to write last year's control off. As you know, we had lots of weather events, including a cyclone, and the lake was just so high for most of last summer. And we're very grateful to the funders who have allowed us to carry this funding over. And I'm pleased to say spraying has already started this year, so we're hoping to get a really good season in this year. The catchment intervention workstream was quite a varied one. It was underpinned by some pretty cool scientific analysis, such as spatial analysis to identify wetlands, but it's also included some tried and true projects, including farm days to showcase management techniques, good old newsletters, and surveys of farmers. And just to give you a context of the catchment, there's about 251 landowners who have properties of over 4 hectares in that catchment. The first major piece of work that we did in this work stream was to identify what aspect of water quality to target to reduce those cyanobacterial levels. It was proposed to focus on nitrogen, with the target being set so that the lake should be swimmable 60 to 80% of the time. The next piece was then to identify the sector that was contributing the most nitrogen to the lake, which, as you can see here, was sheep and beef farming. And then we went through a process of identifying sheep and beef farming practices to target to reduce nitrogen leaching. Now, obviously, we're a 5-year project, and we can't do everything. And so it was agreed that the project would focus on 3 main areas, which was afforestation of steep south-facing slopes, managing or retirement of wetlands to manage diffuse pollution, and soil management and erosion control. As an example of some of the work we did, we identified approximately 1,650 wetlands using spatial analysis and then ground truthed. And as you can see from the map and the graph, most of them were pretty small. So most of these wetlands were less than 1 hectare, and most of them were unfenced. And the unfenced ones are the blue ones up on that map. Just to explain, the fenced ones are the lilac ones, and mostly those large wetlands around the lake. And the partially fenced ones are the green coloured. We worked on 11 properties, and the catchment interventions included retiring wetlands, retiring steep slopes, fencing and planting these areas, and stabilising land with poplar and willow poles, and to undertake some willow control. I'll be using property 9 as a case study for the next couple of slides. As you can see, it's in the upper catchment. It's quite steep country. And then the map on the right shows that the property itself, it's a mostly beef stocked, 443 hectare property. For those of you going on the field trip on Thursday, we'll also be visiting property 11, which is up at, just right next to the lake. The map of the property is split. You can see the different coloured outlines. Those are the catchment intervention compartments that were completed over the 4 years of the project. I've just got some before and after photos. The first and third photo are the same. Sorry. The first and third are August 2019, and the second and fourth are October 2022. And you can already see the plants growing, a bit of recovery there, and far less bare soil exposed. I really like this photo because it shows the extent of this. The white lines are the outline of the area that was fenced and retired. This was the biggest project out of the 11 that we did in the Whangapai project. To be eligible for funding, landowners had to match the Whangapai funding dollar for dollar, and we had $40,000 available for each project or each property. And what you can see in the table is that some landowners use this funding to leverage or unlock other funding sources, such as 1 billion trees or WSEAT funding. So this was a pretty big project, just over 6 kilometres of fencing, 33,000 native plants, 260 willow or poplar poles, and 19.4 hectares retired. And you can see within the white lines that we've got 3 big wetland areas, or 4 if you count the farm pond at the bottom, with kakatea stands, and the farm pond down the bottom. Was I not on that slide? Hopefully you can see that. Oh, I didn't have the table. Thanks, Nigel. Just to summarise the 11 catchment projects that we did, all up we did about 23 kilometres of fencing, either new or fixed, 106,000 plants and 82 hectares retired. I just want to briefly highlight 2 other pieces of work. Now, while they weren't strictly part of the project, I think they have had an impact on the project. In April 2022, Waikato Regional Council fixed the weir, and that's the photo on the left with the rock rubble weir being fixed. And so this was to increase the lake level to 4.9 metres RL to match as a requirement in the regional plan, and so that deepened the lake. The weir had been damaged for several years, and so it was really good to actually get this weir fixed. At the project's inception, as I said earlier, this level of funding for lake restoration or even catchment work was unusual, but we had this new project called 1 Billion Trees. Then we had this thing called COVID, which brought a whole lot of money in via projects such as Ngāwai or Waikato, and it's meant that 57 properties, or 23% of the properties in this catchment, have had some kind of catchment management through the Whangapai project or through other catchment interventions. And the image on the right is just showing all the properties where work has been undertaken. So this level of work was far larger than we would ever have been able to achieve without these funding streams. So just to summarise, having a plan is really important. I think this project was a bit slow to get going, and I think it needed a bit more planning. But the opportunity for funding came up and we took it. Working with multiple partners takes time and effort, and it requires listening, respect and patience, and lots of communication. As many of you will know, effectively sharing a joint bank account is hard. And in the end, we ended up simplifying our funding deed to allow more flexibility between work streams. Having a good project management framework is essential. And so while I think we've achieved most of the deliverables, I'm not quite sure about the outcomes yet. Maybe. I don't think the massive drop in the cyanobacterial biovolumes shown in the graph here is attributed to the project solely. I think the fixing of the weir helped, the depth, because of the raising the depth of the lake, but also last summer we had a really unusual and very wet season, and so we had large amounts of flushing from the river because of all the water. And this is what would have happened prior to all the hydrological interventions, such as the flood scheme, such as drainage schemes. So I think reinstating that hydrological connection between the river and the lake is absolutely fundamental. I'd just like to acknowledge and thank the dozens and dozens of people who have contributed to this project. We couldn't have done it without them. And while we haven't finished, I think we've made a good start. Thank you.
Kia ora. We'll keep going until 3:30. I said to myself at lunchtime, I says, no, don't tell any more jokes about pātara. This is not about us. And then, because just like when you work in the environmental or the taiao space, it's a war of attrition. You don't get successes every day. So I was going to let him have today's battle, but he keeps talking about pū teke teke and saying pū teke teke as if he enjoys it. And so, you're creating a bigger target on him. But no, I won't. I'll stick to my guns. We'll carry on tomorrow. And plus, he's got the microphone at the end. If you want a picture or an example of perseverance and persistence, look at Kevin and look at Natasha. I would accidentally say yes to things to them both, and they'll be the first ones leaving messages, sending me a text, have you got my message, and just following up. So, and the projects that they've led have started from a long, long time ago. And it's those things and that drive to do better for our awa that creates great leadership and examples for our whānau. The stuff that Kevin involved in wasn't actually called Waikato River Care, it was a long name, Lower Waikato Catchment Enhancement Society, something. Yeah, and one of the founders is Hori Awa, that was up the back there at Waihi Whānui Trust back in '99. And so you see these little things come a long way. I do want to touch on Jaden. He's that golden child for us in the sense that, and I mean this in a great way, Jaden, a local boy, grew up around here in Ngaruwa Wahia and Horachu. and then he went to Boys High, and then he did an internship, the dock cadetships. And then after that, he came to do some work at the Waikato River Trust when we started doing some mahi. He popped down to Nelson, bit of kina and power down there. And then he came back and he found himself doing stuff for us at the River Authority and at the Regional Council. And now he's environmental manager for the tribe. And that's a great success story, I think. And he's only 30, you know, so he's still got a lot more to offer to us. I'm going to get into some questions, and then I'll just wind up with I wouldn't say a summary about today, but a reflection probably on the last 20 years. And then I'll hand it back to Pātara to close up today's sessions. Michelle, it's on Pātara.
All right, first question is for Jaden. Jaden, what are the maintenance plans for Ruakura at the Ruakura project after planting? Will our people be able to continue working and maintaining the whenua after planting?
Short answer, yes. We've got a 5-year maintenance plan which will be engaging some of our tribal contractors. And that's that whole long-term vision. And as we look for more opportunities to do what we actually got a wrap-up barbecue on Friday, actually, which is awesome too. But we're also looking at more opportunities utilising Ruakura as a template. That was the first time we've done something like that, bringing all our tribal businesses together. I should have said that we did learn a lot as well. Not everything is all hunky-dory, as we all know. But we got to a space where we could have these conversations and look at the maintenance plan and utilise our tribal contracts for future works as well. So, yes, we do have a maintenance plan.
I think the next question's for Natasha. What do you mean by spray? Is this referring to a chemical spray, and how does this align with being near Wai and Te Ao Māori?
Yeah, great question. Is that on? Yes, we do spray. It's the only way that we can get on top of alligator weed. It's a very fast-growing plant. We use a special chemical that is approved for use over water, and it's used sparingly. But yeah, ultimately, that's how we have to manage it.
This may be a question for the panel or potentially for one of the previous speakers. What's the strongest and most effective alternative to planting willows and poplars?
Ribbonwood.
Can you expand on that?
When it comes to erosion control, it's recognised that the Maxidana willow clone is the preferred choice. It's just so robust, but it's not a native. The best native is ribbonwood, but unfortunately it does not withstand inundation, and so most of the erosion issues are in areas that go underwater.
Another question that anybody could potentially put their hand up to answer. Are there any projects investigating the use of wool as a material for sediment control tools, i.e. to reduce sediment deposits in our awa?
I'm just looking up at Grant Blackie and he's shaking his head.
Take that as a no. No one in the room knows of any. Question for Kerry, Waikato Regional Council. Does the value of the land areas being retired as part of the projects count towards the landowner contribution?
Thank you for the question. So it used to, back in the early days of the implementation of our projects at least, we counted the retirement of land, and we had an economist do some estimates of what the value of lost income would be. So we used to value it at around $2,500 a hectare. But I think, as a number of speakers have mentioned, you tend to get more buy-in from landowners if they've got a bit of money in the game as well, ownership of the project. And so it's been quite a few years now, perhaps 5 or 6, with the Waipa Catchment Plan project and the others that Tash has talked about, where we have counted that as the in-kind, as their contribution. It has to be cash or building a fence or maintaining plants, something like that. It's as their 30%.
I'm getting a feeling everyone's a bit tired. Is there just one question from the floor? Ka pai.
What was the fabric that you used, that we saw you digging, your team digging through to put the plants in?
Was Woolbond Day? Yeah. Woolbond was the fabric. But I can get that information for you too.
Woolbond. All right. Okay, we're going to finish up, Whānau. Before I ask to present our taonga, I want to reflect on something. In 2006, Te Manuka was our environmental manager for the tribe, held the first national Kaitiaki forum here at Hopu Hopu, worked with Ministry for Environment and the tribe. At that time, I said to someone outside, it was actually quite tragic because as Waikato do, we extend our manakitanga into 2 or 3 a.m. in the morning, and a lot of our whānau came in at morning tea. Yes, so we learnt from that. At that time, most of the whānau that were coming to check, there wasn't as many post-settlement entities. It was whānau just coming to talk about the small things they are trying to do and that they could do with nothing. And then in 2016, Waikato Tainui hosted another river symposium here. Post-settlement, post-2010, post-2012, with the Maniapoto settlement as well. And so we were starting to see some projects forming. That's when we saw the Pūniu River Care starting to evolve. And since then, it's become Kiwi, of the year, New Zealander of the year. We were seeing these projects that were just starting. And today, my reflection is that we're actually seeing some large-scale projects that have impact, and it's not easy. You can see from the amount of people involved, and I think from that 2006, so what's that, 17 years? That's some pretty huge shifts. Something where we couldn't have done, generally bound by a Resource Management Act that made things a bit tougher for us. But to be able to see that in 16 years and the scale and impact and the range of partners that it's just become a natural relationship with, I think is something to be proud of, and everyone here that's involved in all of those things, congratulations. Give yourselves a round of applause and we'll do our presentations. We just have our 3 taonga, please, if you can go around the front and we'll get a photo. Tianga, are you? Get this. While they're taking a photo, we'll see you all tomorrow morning. I'll hand you over to Pātara.
Ka pai. Once again, a big round of applause for all our speakers today. Fantastic, mate. For those of you, there are some open pubs if you want to go for some more wānanga all the way to 2 o'clock in the morning. And just make sure you come back bright and early tomorrow to enjoy the rest of the our kai kōrero. We have an awesome bunch of speakers tomorrow, including some who have come from overseas to share their experiences from Mahi Te Reiria and beyond as well. And no doubt you'll take some learnings and little things from each of our speakers today and tomorrow to help, of course, further your own projects and your own tōpito, your own kokona o te motu. Hewe, have a massive and great rest of your afternoon. Ka pai tā koutou haere, ana ka pai anō hoki tā koutou hoki mai. Popo. I tukuna te kariki o te pai marire I tatani, ana ka riro mā te pai marire ro anō hoki tātou e whakakapi I te wāhanga kia tātou. No reira, ira o ngā whakaro, kei noi tātou. Tō takanga whakaoranga māramatanga te atua ki tō mātou ki ngi te kā. Hui ariki me ngā tinana e māwiwi te ana. Tainoa kia mātou katoa I te ahi ahi nei. nā u te kororia, nā u te kororia, nā u te kororia, rire hau. Pai mā rire. Ka tātou. Hei apopo.